Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. A bit of a slightly early start for the regular time today, I suppose, but we're here. I'm trying to get back towards the regular schedule, and it's tough going, but we're doing it, we're doing the thing. My connection seems to be a little more stable today, so that's a good sign. But hello, it's me. It is me once again. So, those of you who were around for yesterday's stream, you might have seen like the thing that I clickbaited. That I gotcha, Moofface. I gotcha. Yeah, we're doing amp shenanigans. We're doing lots and lots of amp shenanigans. There's a couple gear pieces we're still kind of going for. But we've got interesting things happening. Interesting goings on. I'm finding myself focusing on a lot of mechanics that I didn't really think I would in Wonderlands, and that's just a good sign. That's a good sign. The pursuit of creativity and like wacky builds and all that good shit has led to fun stuff. And anyway, Moofface, Hazel, Reckless Monster, hope you're all doing great. Yeah, let's just get into it sooner rather than later today, I think. I forgot to clean out my bank. So...
Now that's the good stuff.
that might become a problem. But there's something I need to pull out from the bank. First, check the vendors. We always gotta check the vendors. Found a shield that has an on-deplete and on-fill effect. That sounds like the Afterburner. I actually spent a lot of time messing around with that last night. Spent a lot of time messing with that last night. It's like there's a lot of shield regen spaghetti. Less than I'd hoped for, if we're being honest. More than I expected, less than I'd hoped for. I know that sounds like a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's the real one. Now there's an armor I'm looking for that I put in the bank by accident before I closed the game last night, and I gotta find it now. Yeah, I just kind of scan for the armor I'm looking for now. I have way too many in here. Which row are you in? I'm looking for a particular deathless I put in here. I suppose I should look for deathless at the bottom rather than looking at the skills. Okay, here's the deathless row. Morning, Mr. Third. How you doing, Pickle Johnny? Good to see you. Hey, Remy. Playing Spell Fondler. Yeah, yes. Hey, Pupty. How are you? Priz, good to see you. Is this a Moe's playthrough? Mm-hmm. This is Moe's. We're playing optimal Moe's, where you stack shields and nothing else, right, Priz? Right? It's optimal. I'm just looking for an armor right now. Hey, one of the icons showed up. What a rebel. I put one away. I don't necessarily need that one for this. And I suppose, maybe did I take it out already? No, I don't have it. Okay, that's fine. We can still do the thing. So, we got this shield, if you missed it yesterday, this ward. Triple lamp. Now, you don't necessarily need a triple lamp for this, but the reason why this is good is because it only has a 20% drain. If you compare that to a Spirit Rune, Spirit Rune with an amp part also will roll a 20%. Or, will roll a 30% for 20% gun damage. So, more of a drain, which makes it harder to sustain. Now, you need 2 amp parts for a 25% drain, and 3 for a 20% drain. So, you see, full battery gives you the equivalent of a 2-part amp. Spirit Rune rolling 1 gives you 30%, but rolling a triple amp, which you have to do on a purple, does that. Why not Deuce's Visage? Deuce's drains more than 20%. Additionally, it converts the whole shot to be that element, which can be advantageous sometimes, but not others. Also, Deuce's can't be enchanted. So, there's a whole set of drawbacks there. But Deuce's is good, and I do expect to use that for some other shenanigans. Allergies, again, every morning. Every morning. And yeah, cat knocked over my treasure trove this morning. I couldn't be bothered to pick it up. So Butt Stallion's just kind of like on my nightstand instead of up there. Morning, Corrupt Clay. How you doing? So we've got that. Another thing we're messing around with is Harbinger. You can use a Harbinger to give even more sources of word regen. I'm sure you've seen other people messing around with that. But currently, the chosen method of sustain here is I'm reloading a lot with mage armor. Now, the Deathless I was looking for is one that has an extra point in mage armor, meaning you would get 20% back on every spell weaving stack, which would mean every single spell and reload gives you another amp shot. But I misplaced it on one of my mules. I'll find it at some point today. So we're using the Deathless that instead has 3 points in Awe, which is Clawbringer's best damage skill. So I have a flat 55% crit chance on top of all my other, calculations and stuff. It's a post-add bonus, so it goes after all that. So if you look at my hero stat screen, my melee attack is a 34.8. Well, add 55 to that. My spells have a 16.3. Add 55. My guns have a 6%. Add 55. Oh, very, very good skill. And it triggers, the crit chance portion triggers from dealing lightning damage, which unfortunately we're using a Catatumbo buff, so we're always dealing lightning damage. We've also got amp visuals from the Twin Soul we're using, so we're always amping. We be amping. And I'm trying out this enchantment. After getting a spell kill, gain a 50% chance to shoot an additional projectile for moderate duration. This, with this setup, could be really cracked. Just, I need to get it on a spell that's able to kill pretty consistently. Ideally, it'd be good on a Quaking Sunder, like a fire one, for awe purposes. But I'm trying this out. This is science.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Let's do the thing.
Enter the cave.
Hey, David. I'm so happy, by the way. I was getting hammered with my best friend yesterday. I wanted him to try Wonderlands in under 30 minutes. He decided he needed to buy Wonderlands. Did you give him an affiliate link to buy it through? Wink, wink.
Lead all you want. It won't save you. Bad luck and bad choices. Dead all the same. Fully stocked. Spells are up.
Yeah, so I got one of these Blazing Calamities. Luckily, I suppose, it's in the cryo element, so it's not as bad as the fire one in terms of visual pollution. When I swap to a Shock Fairy or Pixie, they do lightning and spell damage, because I find Pixies to be boring and everyone's doing them. Like, why not use a Pixie? To me, is going in the same category as why not use a Buffmeister. Yeah, everyone knows I could do that, but like, at the end of the day, is that interesting, or is that just another Pixie build? Or another Buffmeister setup? It's... To me, the sense of achievement and enjoyment in optimizing a build goes out the window when you take the most obviously powerful thing and slap it on there. Thinking outside the box, yeah. Hey, New Mexican, how you doing? That was good damage. Yeah, Pixie's cracked. Fury stuff just has crazy damage formula in this game, except the lightning bolts are just kind of fine. But the dagger storms are melee for some reason. The Pixies and Shrikes are companion and spell and gun. It's just like, okay, I like them having formula. Maybe they didn't need this much. Went loot goblin hunting last night, still in up. 2 of us melee and really just committed assault. And after GTFO quest, I feel like a bad human. It's okay. Jar said those are the ones you can fight, Hazel. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's a good universal soldier. I think it's perma critting, isn't it? I'm not always critting Moonface, but I'm critting at least 61% of the time, depending on damage method. Only reason I'll be okay with Dagger Storms having melee scaling is for the dang Banshee. It helps with the melee immune bosses. Yeah. Yeah, it gives an out on some situations. I was wondering why the Gluttony was like so cracked as a sidearm on my melee build the few times I used it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's why. Because I had melee bonuses. Like, not that Gluttony isn't good, but Gluttony just has a cracked formula. Using this Calamity does make it kind of hard to aim, because I can't see. No, no healing soul. Don't do it, don't do it. Oh, it did it. It fucking did it. Healing Vengeance, Pigwort.
Worms won't go hungry tonight. Let's get casting and blasting. Is it?
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, it almost healed again. What a way to start off the day, Pigwort. Yep. Yeah, we gotta get a featured run in at the beginning, just for our Pigwort fix. Pickaxe with Amp, yeah, that could be useful. Think about a missed explanation why Deathless on this setup. Because this armor happened to roll Deathless, and it has 3 points in Awe. But additionally, Deathless reduces your ward regen delay, which assists in naturally regenning. So, let's say I'm out of combat, right? My amp shot goes, with shorter delay, I get more natural regen. And since it takes 2 spell weaving stacks to restore my amp, sometimes that's enough. But ultimately it's just for buffer. Like if I got this on, say, a corrupted plate mail or something, it'd still be what I'd be using here. Like I've got amalgams and whatnot. But Deathless can also be used to buffer tank very effectively. You can get very tanky with Deathless. The only things that are really a threat are like the Goblin rocket launchers, attacks designed to health gate you, and the purple goop. Ooh, +2 to Awe. Thanks, Butt Stallion. Alright, flat 77% chance to crit. Yeah. Catatumbo's cracked. I'm still trying to get one. The Pistol's money is super kind. Like, your chances of getting something good from the Pistol's money are so high. You've got the, all the Furiors. You've got the uniques. You've got the Liquid Cooling, Gluttony, Ruby Spite, Perceiver, Catatumbo. You've got Black Powder Mashers. You've got, Ludites, the Torg Stickies. Like, Pistol's money is, your best friend. Ooh, that was a fast room clear. Hey, Kage Try, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. Can that combination drop with Mage Armor and Awe? You cannot get Mage Armor and Awe on the same armor, sadly. The one that's Mage Armor is Clawbringer Primary, Spellshot Secondary. The one that's Awe is Spellshot Primary, Clawbringer Secondary. So you have to choose between Mage Armor and Awe on your armor. Hey, Red 6. Right now I got my Chaotic ×2 Liquid Cooling that I've been hunting for from that bunny. Like I said, it's your best friend. Congrats. Hey, Naleef, how you doing? Then there's Launcher Bunny Sag. Launchers are fine, honestly. It's just, people have not been putting the effort into min-maxing launchers. Like, so you could take a setup like this, with the amp shenanigans, which prioritizes single-shot damage. Slap a launcher on this, and as long as you have appropriate range, you could do work with a launcher with this. Like, you could probably make a blue cake hit pretty hard on this build. Cannonballer has high damage. It's just a bit awkward to aim. And then the Torg Sticky launchers, as usual, are just great. More to my fellow hooligans. Hey, McG. Trying to figure out my new build. Unsure whether to do Graveborn, Berserker, Nuking, or Spellclaw like you're doing here. Any advice? Why not both, Alcazanda? I was playing some of my Bereaver, my Berserker Graveborn last night, and it's not quite as interesting as this to me anymore, but I still like the setup. Why not both? War Paradigm, spell and melee increased by ability. Gun damage, all damage, yeah, I'll take that. That's a good roll. The skills aren't fantastic, but that's still a good roll.
I don't do warning shots. You won't be needing that.
Cartman voice, it's like having your cake and eating it too. Yeah. Launchers are tough in encounters because enemies are usually pretty close to you, high chance to down yourself. Right, Remy, right. And the blue cake, in contrast to its predecessor, the yellow cake, has a much farther split distance, so you do need to enforce a bit of range to take advantage. Alternatively, you could use them as save your soul weapons. Like, you can't down yourself, you're already down.
That's more like it.
However, the Torg sticky launchers have a pretty small radius in sticky mode, so they're very safe. Ow. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Where'd you get your ward? I traded for it. But there's no place you can target farm wards like this. You're looking at hitting the ward bunny, checking every vending machine as well. This is just a lucky combination of 3 amp parts. The fortunate thing is you don't need to worry about, well, enchants are less impactful on this slot because we're a spell shot. We have plenty of ways we can build enchants. You just want like a damage enchant, some sort of elemental or gun or spell. You have lots of choices that are good for this slot. So it's more about just getting the roll. You don't care if it's chaotic or volatile. You just want it to have these parts. The ward money in the chaos chamber is your best friend for that. Selective amnesia, bad skills. No thank you. When you have a second, what should I be looking for Sawmill? Is a blank slate any good? Blank slate can be good if you roll 40% all damage and +2 ability level on it. Otherwise, it's just like a gimmick. It's like a collector's item. Sawmill, you want, obviously, preferably chaotic or volatile, but it can come in times 2, 3, or 4, and each one has like different use cases for the DPS. Yeah, cat, you are a cat. So like times 4 will dump the most projectiles in the shortest amount of time, but you'll be reloading the most frequently, and you'll be the most strapped for ammo. Times 3 will be a happy medium between that and times 2. Times 2 will be the most efficient ammo-wise while still having high DPS, so like any of those projectile counts really, McG. Let's go spells. BFG, how are you today? Lil Rob, Ballrock. Usually lurk and appreciate all the help with gameplay mechanics and general tips with builds. You've helped me so much with this game. Hey, I'm super happy to hear that, Kagetray. That means a lot to me to hear. Thank you. I'm glad I could help out. I just try to be creative in my own little corner of the Wonderlands fan base, you know? Creative and informative. There's lots of people who make great content for this game. I just try to keep my own kinds fresh. I'm glad you're enjoying. Had a chaotic times 3 drop? Yeah, that's really good. I was farming for that for a while. I'm a little jealous. I ended up getting a chaotic times 2. And a non-chaotic times 4. I gotta field test those a little more. Make it past Chaos 20? Me? Chaos 20 is the cap right now, and I'm playing on that. We need quad spell now. We only have quad gun. You know, that'd be kind of funny, Don. I'm kind of open to that. I'll think about it. Quaking Thunder with an extra charge. Yes, please. I don't have a problem, chat. I'm picking up Quaking Thunders again, but I don't have a problem. I can stop whenever. I like these dancing arc torrents. That's just a blue. Bugsnax is launching on the Switch. Don't tell Jack. Don't tell Jack, Wraithlord, okay?
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Hey Dex, how you doing? Anyone mess with the ×2 blue cake yet? Any good or not? The damage is good. It's just, it's a bit awkward in delivery, because it's got a far, like, the split distance is pretty distant. So, you'll have to either have a way to keep enemies away from you long enough to deliver the shot, or you'll have to get very creative with your shot angles. I don't necessarily think that's a problem, it's just something that's gotta be figured out. Like, remember, chat, people were saying for the first couple days of the game, hey, you have to use ×4 cryo SMGs, or you have to play Spell Shot, or, you know, Clawbringer can't do damage. People were saying things like that, and these things evolve over time. Now you're seeing a lot of Clawbringers, because it was just about figuring out damage access.
At least you're some use. What an epic belly rub you shall have.
It's like the Amara problem in Borderlands 3. Amara may have had the lowest overall damage by most metrics in BL3 out of the characters, but when she had access to her damage, it was still more than enough. It was just, she had the most conditional access to her damage. It required multiple targets, or kill skill, or an open crit spot. You know, it was very conditional. Clawbringer, it's just got the condition on awe, and then you're good. You're vibing, you're cruising. If only we could discover everything in 3 weeks, right? I, for the life of me, cannot find a good Warlock's War Paradigm. Good War Paradigms, very, very difficult hunt there, Rob, yeah. Amara's a stabbo, man. Very cute game, just very chill. You go around, collect little creatures based off food, snacks, etc. Does sound cute. It does sound cute.
I'll take that. Hold on to something.
Not as cute as Pookie, though. True. I see more spell damage. Understandable, Rob. Understandable.
Ready to cast. You were short work. I'd give it all for a little more. And it's shut down.
Nice, have to get it then. Comes out and over for the next thing you're telling me. Ooh, yeah, Bugsnax top. I haven't played my Switch in, like, a while. Maybe I'll pick that up. I'm still a Pokemon game behind, and there's another gen of Pokemon coming out this year. So I still have that to do, Switch-wise. Too many games, not enough time. That was a good pick work. That was pretty clean. Volatile barrel maker. Sure. Take that for the meme. Just cut out sleep. Easy. Hey, Loki Legend. How you doing?
No place for the weak. And death is your reward.
Easy. I like how clean this build feels. Like, there's just some big satisfaction attached for some reason in my brain to the Catatumbo lightning bolt. It's just pure neuron activation. I just love seeing it. It makes me happy. Anyone else have a feel-good item like that in this game? Just where seeing it just makes you go, yes. Hey Owl, how you doing? Loot skeleton. Yeah, not killing that. That's not happening. Cube. Doing good? Well, hopefully it graduates from good to good. Cascade? Yeah, Black Joe. Cascade is... ooh. The Cataclysm spell that sucks enemies in and explodes the smaller damage blobs. Ooh, yeah, that's the... oh, what's the prefix name for that calamity? It's one of the calamity, kinds, right? Because Extinction is the slow one. Imminent is the fast one. Blazing is this one. I don't remember the name for the Singularity ones, but yes. I'll sploosh when I see a good fire gun. Anybody know if that even exists? Drill's Fury, sniper rifle. Very good. You can also have, the Sawmill can roll and fire. And of course you've got the non-uniques, like the Toric Stickies rolling and fire. Why'd I get the bad mimics? I got the bad mimics! Let's go actually use the quartz. Oh, no I don't. My spell's got it. Cool. Love the sword that shoots 3 Talon Birds out. Fatebreaker. Fatebreaker is very fun. I like it, yeah. Hey, Wounded Ranger. There a build doc for Wonderlands yet? Nope, work in progress. It's still very early. We're less than 3 weeks in. And the landscape of the game is still not at a point where any sort of resource of that nature would have longevity, right? We've gotten no patches. We've only gotten 2 balanced hotfixes. There's still some very outstanding bugs. We've got a DLC coming up very shortly, in just over a week, actually. So, build documents or equivalent is going to be a bit. You like Tenacious D? Yeah, Tenacious D is cool. I may now have Kickapoo stuck in my head. Thanks for that one, Balrock. Handbow's my favorite by design, feels a little clunky at times, it can also feel really good. Yeah, handbow is just a rewarding feel. It's super awkward, but then when it's actually working, you're like, oh, this slaps. How you doing, Jester? Good morning. Think they might increase Chaos Cap as early as first DLC? I doubt it, but you never know. Like, I doubt it. I don't think it's the time to do so, but, you know, I have no reason to believe one way or another. And whether they will or not. Seen Moxie's Deathless build? Got me thinking about ideas? No. I have not. I think he might have been using a Deathless yesterday, though, now that I think about it. I popped in to say hi very briefly yesterday, and I think he was using a Deathless. This build run other weapons effectively is mainly Catatumbo. It can run other weapons as well. We'll use Rain of Arrows on the next one. I forgot to pull over my, my shotgun. Yo, Cheese! I'm surprised you're still going. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? We're here not getting loot. No, you should be asleep? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Alright, I'll go to sleep. But Cheese, thank you. If you guys aren't already following Cheese, like, just do the thing. Go follow Cheese. He's one of the reasons why I started streaming, by the way. It's like, I spent a significant chunk of time watching Cheese in the evenings, Lazy in the afternoons, and I just ended up liking what they did. So I kind of modeled how I started making content off of how they do it. So if you like stuff here, and you're awake, like, in the ass crack of dawn, US times, then watch Cheese. Title scares me a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We just amp Rain of Arrows, and we just amp Rain of Arrows, and we just amp Rain of Arrows. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine, Cheese. Everything is fine. How important is chaotic volatile gear? Can you get to cast 20 with a regular level 40 gun? Yes, yes you can, Borbatron. Absolutely. The game is not really designed. It's not tuned around volatile gear. It's kind of like, think about it, the baseline is still normal gear, and then chaotic, you'll be making it a little bit easier on yourself. And then volatile is like, okay, you're on Cheese mode. Not Cheese the person here, but you get it. So you don't have to worry about chaotic or volatile at all if you don't want to. And the advantage of this new system is that Chaos 1 through 19, you do not have a higher gear ceiling on 19 than you do on 1. Volatile opens up at 20, but it's still only a 1.41% chance. So you can have a character, you can have a player who goes through, takes their time on each Chaos level, be more geared than someone who rushes all the way to 20 and struggles every run. And I like that. Long-term gearing is made a little more palatable by choices they made this time around. And that feels good to me. That feels very good. Do we try out a Harbinger? Maybe not on this gun. Maybe not on this gun. Take some more reload speed. Yeah, I like that. Cool, let's mess around with this. You know, you can use Diamond Guard to add an extra element to your Clobbering Hammer throw, because that's the thing. Huh, I didn't know that. Hey Mahoney, how you doing? Newbie, hope you're well. I was told recently that, Spellblade ignores some of the rules of hilt mods. That's interesting. Spellblade and Diamond Guard sort of seem to, do things that other hilt mods don't. Morning, Street Fit. I'm taking time going through and literally gearing up for future playthroughs because there's so many good drops for other classes. Yeah, it's a cool system. Hey, Ozzy Upset, how you doing? Does all kind of melee damage get the bonuses from your melee weapon, like, say, Stabo stuff and Capstone? Case-by-case thing, John. Case-by-case. Now, regarding that, there's some rule breaks there. Like, Spellblade applies to shit that isn't your melee swing, which is interesting. Apparently Diamond Guard Sword does the same thing.
At least you're some use.
Water? Why you gotta take my amp, Water? It's very difficult to hit enemies above you with Rain of Arrows, I must say.
Bleed all you want. It won't save you. Now that's the good stuff. Well, that's settled, isn't it?
Just made a switch from Zerker Spore to Zerker Grave and don't know what I like more. Why not play both? Ghostblade would not cycle the elements on its own, would swap when you melee with Diamond Guard. Interesting. That sounds very interactive, actually. I like that.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Oh, out of ammo. Alright, back to Catatumba. We have other things we could use here. I forgot to grab my ×25 shotgun. Can someone remind me in the loot room for this run to go get my ×25 from my other character? Because I want to use it on this, and I haven't yet. Yeah, Catatumba for a bit then.
How's that for an active reload?
Wow, that actually froze you? Hello? The freeze formula in this game is fucking good. Like, it's slightly easier to freeze enemies just with how they structured the values in this game versus Borderlands 3. But this is my only source of cryo, and that actually froze that enemy. Like, that was a badass, and it froze from this spell alone. Like, that's really good. So more about the Spellblade thing. Side note, can I see your spell? Absolutely. This is my spell. So the Spellblade, it kind of... First of all, the card on the Spellblade is a lie. It says it changes your melee damage to spell damage. That's not what it does. It just makes your melee also scale with spell damage. So it just expands the formula. But that apparently also applies to things other than your melee attack. Like your melee scaling action skills, like the Clawbringer ones, like Ghostblade. So if you ever feel like a melee source doesn't have enough formula, you can just equip a Spellblade, and if you have a lot of spell bonuses, you'll notice a difference. Where is my skeet? There it is. Rain of Arrows absolutely murders Pigwort, by the way. It's hilarious. Like, he doesn't have time to go through his immune phases. He just kind of sits there and dies. So it's more so additive, if I'm understanding correctly? No, it's not additive. It just... So normally melee stuff... So, let's say I swung my melee weapon here. I hit with this, right? And I'm using a Twin Soul. It gets the standard melee formula. It gets my melee, gets my... Because this is a fire one, it gets fire boost, gets elemental boost, gets global damage boosts, gets all that stuff, right? If this was a Spellblade, it would get all of that stuff, except... Also, in the calculation, it would multiply in my spell damage, in addition to everything else that's happening. That's what Spellblade does. It just adds spell damage to the formula for your melee. That's all it does. So, for, say, Storm Dragon's Judgment Throw, instead of it being, for the base formula, it being melee, lightning, elemental, global... It's all those things, but you just throw spell in there too, so it's another category for it to multiply.
I'll take that.
And apparently there's a couple melee weapons that kind of break the rule of hilt mods are only for melee swings. Those being Diamond Guard Sword, as Cheese mentioned, and Spellblade, as we're discussing now. Could be others. Gonna require testing. But it's good info to have. Last thing Pigwort sees, yeah, Mentalist. Make a melee executioner then, potentially? Yeah. There's been people doing that for sure. Right now, though, I just use Stabbo and increase the crit on my spells. Use a lot my grade thanks to Arcane Bolt. So, gonna blow your mind here, John. Stabbo is not the crit character, Clawbringer is. Gonna blow your mind. Yeah, Stabomancer sucks at making things crit compared to Clawbringer. Unless you're using From the Shadows action skill, in which case, sure, it's better. But Clawbringer has this. Now, not only is that just bigger number, but it also calculates in a way much more favorable than the Stabomancer class feat. Stabomancer class feat is a 30% mult. So, let's say you had a crit chance of 15, then Stabbo feat is going to give you, a little under 5%. But with Awe, this says 55 chance, it just gives you a 55 chance post-add. That's why I'm critting so much. I have flat higher crit chance than any other class. That's where Clawbringer's strength is. Just always being From the Shadows. You could. With a Frost Shiver setup, you could definitely do that. Berserker Capstone, From the Shadows for life.
I never get tired of that. I did it all for a little more. Catastrophe at my command!
Getting decent damage out of my spell shot Berserker so far, trying to focus on Cryo. Yeah, that's a fun way to play. Flog Dog. It's crazy. The way Cryo works in this game, it's not better than other elements. It's just there's some things that just happen to be better that are Cryo. Like Berserker's stuff in Tree just happens to focus around Cryo, and Berserker just happens to have good formula. So, it works out. And then there's stuff like Ice Spike spells. Calamities. I've only seen Calamities in Fire and Cryo. Liquid Cooling, ×4 SMGs. All that stuff is Cryo locked. So, naturally, we have a bunch of good things that just happen to be that. Is that crit lightning spell damage? No. No, just gun. But as spell shot, with magic bullets, we turn spell damage into bullet damage, which affects our guns, so works out just fine. Now, something you could do is run a Queen's Cry on this. Queen's Cry on Spell Shot is next level interesting stuff. Queen's Cry shots scale with spell damage. And, you know, they also get gun and bullet damage because they're guns.
Someone might miss you, but I didn't.
Picking out the Mimic that isn't immune is so difficult sometimes.
The build.
Anyone have any good spells to use on Drill? At the worst time on him yesterday as my Arc and Cloudburst wouldn't hit him. Impaling Ice Spikes are great for that. Impaling Ice Spikes are great. Arcane Bolt, always reliable. Like the Ice Spikes that bounce from enemy to enemy, and using the armor sets you on fire for movement speed. Like it's so far, I need better rolls, but you know? Yeah. I am definitely a fan of Selective Amnesia as well. That's the armor. Definitely like that playstyle. The cool thing about Selective Amnesia is that Graveborn action skills count as self-damage, so they will trigger the effect. You don't need to wait for enemies to hit you. And this means in Reaper of Bones, it constantly activates. So you just kind of permanently have that damage and move speed. And it helps with keeping your ward broken if you're using something that benefits from that. Like a Mood Ring, which wants it to not be full. Obviously, if you happen to be using Curse Wit, you want that broken. Last Gasp, you want that broken as well. Is the Selective Amnesia dot on you very painful? No. Nope, it's very mild. Now, it is fire, so it's going to do more to your flesh. And if you have more fire boost, it's going to hit harder. It gets your damage formula, so global boost, fire boost, all increase it. But it still doesn't hit very hard. I also have a problem with the Dragon Lord acting like the featured run is the tutorial area and not opening a portal for you. Yeah, that happens. Just the save quit fixes it. I like this red text. 1 fish, 2 fish, red dragon, blue dragon. Beautiful. You want to be reminded about shotguns or something? Thank you, Kirk. Yeah. I'll go get my times 25 from another character. Ooh, Blazing Calamity and Dark Magic Element. I'll take that. Yeah, I forgot Dark Magic Calamities. Calamity is Fire, Frost, Dark Magic. Anyone ever see him one in another element? I'm pretty sure it's just those three, but figured I'd just ask. Thank you as well, Worlds. I appreciate it. Using the war that shoots out skulls on break too. Yeah, so the thing with that is you'll break it very easily, but you won't fill it often with an Amnesia. Unless you're running, like, a Harbinger or Mage Armor, like what I'm doing here.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
But it's workable. I've been messing around with some shield break stuff. Is Frost Dark Magic's my new favorite by far? Yeah, I like how they did the elemental system in this game a lot. They rebalanced the table a little bit. And Dark Magic just feels right at home. It doesn't feel like an intruder like how Slag did. It just kind of feels like it fits right in. And that's good. Radiation felt right at home. Dark Magic felt right at home. TPS Cryo was kind of monstrous, but I think in this third iteration of Cryo, because it's worked different in every game they've done it in, I think this third iteration is they hit the point just right. So Gearbox has gotten better and better at implementing these new elements. I wonder what they'll do next. It'd be cool to have just kind of an all-star lineup in the next game, you know? We have Dark Magic, we have Rad, we have Frost. That'd be really interesting. Skill tree is something about recharging ward. Yeah, that'll be probably Mage Armor then. And I see Clawbringer actually doing Chaos 20 runs, barely saw anyone using the class. Yeah, Cheshire Kaz. Something people did is they wrote off Clawbringer as soon as they heard the sentence, Clawbringer has the least obvious damage. Like, people translated, it's gonna take time to figure out claw to claw bad, when no, that's not how it works at all. They just kind of read something into it that wasn't there. Alright, let me grab my shotgun from my other character. 1 second. While in the loot room, please get the 25 gun. Nice, Pupty. Nice. I'll just shamelessly pilfer it from my other Clawbringer. Hey Viper, how goes it today? It goes well. It goes very well. Figured out why I wasn't seeing the boost of action skill and chance and take into account the crit penalty from the shadows. Ah, that would be it. Yep. That would do it. That's fine. Swap that one for that one. Oh, my bank's at 510. I need to take something out. Take out the Sawmill. Put away my shotgun. Go back. Someone picked Clawbringer as the first class from Wonderlands. I was worried I'd pick a weak class. And that's the beautiful thing. As theory crafting marches on, perceptions of things change. Like, I'm pretty comfortable in saying that Stabomancer is the class that kind of has the least to offer multi-class combinations right now. Now, that doesn't mean it's not powerful, as I'm sure many of you have personally experienced. Stabomancer can do some crazy stuff. But in terms of, like, and this is part of why I don't like ranking things, if you were to put every class in a lineup in terms of overall performance, like, what do they have to offer the classes around them, Stabomancer comes up the shortest. That doesn't mean it's bad, doesn't mean it needs changing. It just means, as we learned more, perceptions change. Hey English, how's it going? Good to see you. All classes good? Yes, Daniel Fan, all classes good. There's of course some things here and there that could stand to change, like, for example, I think that maybe this skill could use some more damage on Clawbringer, Blast from its favor. I think that over on Spore Warden, Blizzard action skill could maybe use some love, but I'm being tentative about that, because calling for buffs this early can cause some lasting consequences that I'm sure nobody wants. I have a bunch of money. Let's go get an SDU. Yeah, let's go get an SDU. I'll use Stabo because that has Ghostblade, that's the truth. There you go. Me who multiclasses into Stabo in every build. Doesn't mean it's bad, just means you're getting less value than any other multiclass. Unless you use the action skills. How in all that is holy and good does Gearbox translate Stabomancer and Spore Warden to Mist Dancer? Because spores make a mist, and then stabbing, if you do it fast enough in the spinny motion, is like dancing. So you're gorillasing in the mist. I don't know. I don't know, Hazel. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Yeah, how was my BSing there, chat? 1 to 10. Switch off this one, probably. Actually, do I even bother switching off that? I could just keep using it. That's interesting. You know what? Yeah, I'll just stick with it, I guess. I could run Elemental? Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Does Frost? No. Yeah, no, that can just stay. Cool. 10 out of 10. Thank you, Increase. Someone believes in me. Sure, can you show build? Absolutely, Tough Nation. Give me a minute. I'm buying an SDU. I'm going to do that before I forget, because I have no short-term memory. Got a shotgun SDU as well. Need that. Yeah, so we are down to 1 slot, 1 kill on the spell shot side. And we are down to 2 points in awe on the Clawbringer side, so this is a no capstone build. We're using spells that kind of recharge fast enough, we don't really care about Sever the Thread, and also we've got a bunch of points in Font of Mana, so our cooldown's fast anyway. And and we're not activating our action skill frequently enough or spec into ability damage enough for Storm Smite to be a huge source of damage. So we're just getting the important things here. This is a shield-based build, a ward-based build, so Indomitable helps us keep it full a lot more frequently. Awe is a fantastic source of crit damage, and we're very frequently doing lightning damage, so or crit chance rather. So we'll constantly have that up, and we are doing fire often as well, so the crit damage is up often. More gun damage from spellweaving stacks is great. We're reloading very frequently for high spellweaving stacks, so of course we grab a high thread count. Imbued weapon is just more damage when we shoot gun. Just warming up 1 point to get down the tree. Mage armor is the big thing here. We're using our reloads to give us spellweaving, and our spellweaving gives us ward. And magic bullets damage. Magic bullets is the only boost in the game that is bullet damage. So before a recent hotfix, there was bullet and gun damage, kind of evenly split. Now all of the bullet damage boosts were moved over into gun damage, so they're all the same thing, except for this one. This means Spell Shot has just a fresh multiplier no one else has, which is really good for math. And we got reload speed and prestidigitation. We just got the important stuff in Clawbringer. Oath of Fire, Dragon Aura, and Awe are some of the best damage skills in the entire game. But you end up at a point at the middle over here where Clawbringer feels kind of like, what are you doing? We just have one Oath of Thunder so that the Wyvern gets the bonus element. We have Rebuke for tankiness. Blasphemet's Favor just because it is a source of fire and lightning damage for Awe triggering. Firebolt because it's another source of fire damage and it's a little gun damage for us. Storm Breath because it's a source of lightning damage and it's good damage rush for us. Storm Breath's actually a very good skill. One Friend to Flame because Wyvern actually does good damage and that'll be more impactful than a point there. I could honestly justify putting that in ward capacity for a little buffer, but meh. Or, I guess, dedication for a little bit of cooldown for polymorph, but meh. Okay, back to the chamber.
I'd give it all for...
Out of the Fury reloads divvy up in terms of companion and spell damage. Shrikes and Pixies and Hydras are companion and spell. Lightning Bolts are just gun. I think they're all area damage, actually. And Dagger Storms are not companion, but instead they're melee. Early game, would you say you can get the most damage out of spells or gun damage? I'd say guns. You don't have the cooldowns to sustain spells that early. Using unique amp shields? Nope, just using a triple amp part. Doesn't Berserker have 2 damage multipliers no one else has 2? Or is that list not correct? Actually be 1 polymorph and chance the same as Icebreaker. Yeah, I just meant in terms of gun-specific multipliers. That's all I'm saying, jeez. There's a couple damage multiplier categories that like one class will have that another won't have access to, or others won't have access to. Like I think, is Exploit Their Weaknesses? I think that's on its own as well.
You better have some coin for all that
Or it's
trouble.
something over there.
Thanks for the reload, idiot. That next suits you.
Old Ways is everything. Yeah, Old Ways is a global. Exploit Their Weaknesses is Wrath of Nature, right? Old Ways is just a global bonus. Old Ways is cracked. And it is a fresh multiplier with everything. So that's part of why Berserker's skill tree is just so good. It's just got so much access to making your formula bigger. If you ever feel like a build doesn't have damage and you don't know what your second class should be, just slap Berserker on it and I promise you your damage will go through the roof. You think the lightning boost to melee damage is worth getting 5 to 5 using hammer action? Could be. You'd be giving up damage reduction from Rebuke. So if you feel like you can survive well enough without that damage reduction, by all means, go ahead. I just prefer the survivability here. A lot of explosions. See, my Wyvern killed that guy. I didn't. Oh, that was pure Wyvern.
Right. What an epic belly rub you shall have.
Wyvern killing things over there, too. Thing slaps.
bleating idiot.
Ha, I understood that joke. Instead of a bleeding idiot, you're a bleating idiot. That's funny.
So much to conquer.
Stab of Berserker or Spore Berserker for early game gun damage. Stabbo gets the damage in the tree earlier than Spore does. Because, like, they both have a tier 1 damage skill. But Stabbo's goes to more things. Stabbo gets the movement speed in tier 1 as well, and then gets a global boost in tier 2.
Bleat all you want. It won't save you. Let's get casting and blasting.
I should... With this gun, I should use a Universal Soldier, honestly.
Quite the collection. A hard fight, well won.
But it's still fun this way. Enjoying Spore Berserker? Yeah, Spore Berserker was the first one that I really dug into, Fireboy, and I enjoy that combo a lot.
At least you're some use. Not so tough now, are ya? Our spell
I can't see anything.
ready to bring me arcane pain.
What other ways you figure you could do shenanigans with wards? I'm pretty sure Spirit Rune can roll double amp for what that's worth. It's not worth much. Triple amp drains 20%. Double amp only drains 25%. Full battery rolls the equivalent of double amp. So like, you're still gonna need either an extra point in mage armor or just some way of getting even more spellweaving stacks. For that, it's just better to, if you have a triple amp available, it's just better. Seeing things is overrated, mini-map gamers rise up. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Alpha Bravo Gaming. What class would you say would help amplify Berserker's damage? So Berserker doesn't have any direct increases to spell or ability damage. So Spell Shot obviously has a lot of spell damage and gun-specific bonuses.
I'm you for trying.
Spore Warden is the only one with ability damage in Tree, but with Warp Paradigm you could just go Spell Shot and then, you know, convert the spell damage into ability damage as well. So I'd say in terms of just raw formula, you're probably looking at Spell Shot to buff Berserker the most, if you're using spells for damage. If you're not, then honestly, maybe Clawbringer. Because Clawbringer helps round out your bonus elements and gives you crit. Berserker doesn't have any crit stuff in Tree at all. What do you think's better for melee, Zerker Claw or Zerker Stab? That's gonna depend. Instinctually, I'd say Zerker Stab. Stabomancer has some fresh mults for melee stuff. Stabomancer has some melee swing speed, which only Stabomancer and Berserker have. Like, if you've not seen 10 out of 5 Iron Squall with 3 out of 3 haste, it is a sight to see. That is some crazy swing speed. Like, if you're trying to get your Muda on, that is the multi-class combination for you.
That's for making me look at you.
And another thing that Stavo Zerker has on the table is from the shadows. You can just go into stealth, and then everything crits. Sure, you take the slight penalty, but everything crits. And that matters a lot for triggering some effects. It's also just good for your general damage output. But more importantly, From the Shadows does affect aggro. It's not consistent, but sometimes even a boss will just forget where you are. And that's really impactful on melee, where you can just kind of swing for free. Livewire and have the lightning chain procs for melee. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Livewire is an option. I have Deathless for you, Quag. 1 mage armor, 3 dedication, 1 radiance, 15 all damage, 30 ward regenerate, 15% area damage. Ah, that sounds gross, Dex. Yes, please. The great thing about a 25 projectile gun and polymorph is you spam so many spells. Can't wait to experiment with Paradigm Spellblade Spellshot melee class. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? You know exactly what it'll do. Don't give me that. We're at 7 out of 3 all right now, with 9 out of 5 Font of Mana. Yo, I heard you like cooldown. Hey Sora, I now proclaim that Stab was my favorite class solely for arson. Nice, you do your thing. Thank you, you're very welcome, Alpha Bravo. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Is that Rabbit or is that Cheryl on Rabbit's account? I can't tell. There's no spelling errors, so I'm inclined to think it's Cheryl. Oopsie. It's so satisfying that this thing shoots 3 times and an amp hilt gives you 3 shots. Just, ooh. Ooh. Level 35, how far do you think a level 31 liquid cooling will last me? To 40, you could probably get to like Chaos 14, 15, 16 with that without feeling like you want to upgrade. Good gun. That was a fun chill run. Times 25 shotgun. Feels good. Rain of Arrows is definitely better on this setup. And you can see off that card damage, you know, 6,000 card damage on a Volatile times 6 Rain. That's crazy. Charmer and spell you're using? I'm using a Deathless with 3 points in Awe. And I'm using a Blazing Calamity and Cryo Element. Let's get a Crossblade combo element. Depends on what you're fighting, as always. For this character, Fire Lightning is probably ideal. Probably Fire Lightning, I guess. So you know, using my level 19 Twister? Yeah, I had like a level 27 Twister I used until like Chaos 10. It's crazy.
Yes, the build.
How does Afterburner work? I don't see a proc like ever. So the thing with the Afterburner Mustard is it needs... Hey, triple spell damage, real nice. It needs to completely break and then completely fill again for it to be able to re-trigger. So that's what makes spamming that hard. You can't just take 1 damage, restore 1 damage, get another one. Otherwise it'd be going off at all times. So these multi-projectile magic barrages, are they like any good? I feel like they're not. They hit a lot. I suppose with like a blast gasp setup, that could feel pretty good, but I'm not doing that right now. Because that'd be a lot of blast gasp chances. Paling Ice Spike with crit damage. It's not chaotic though. Kind of a bad pull. That's okay, we'll switch back to the other thing with the thing and the thing, and we'll do some more Catatumbo stuff. Is Glacial Cascade an option for this build? Absolutely. Glacial Cascade is a strong spell. Short cooldown, high damage. Just a good spell. It falls off a little bit against, I'd say, some bosses and flying enemies, but lots of things do. So it's still strong. 46 times 18 for that Twister? Yeah, that's strong. That'll definitely last you. Let's do a normal run. We've been doing a lot of featured. Monchak enemies.
You wanted my attention. Was it worth it?
Look at all those crits. That was just the Wyvern's breath just being like, die. Wyvern, more like Divern. Critical Connoisseur, yes please. Spell is that? It's a Cryo element, or a Frost element rather, Blazing Calamity. A Calamity with the Blazing prefix. That's the kind that makes it have child projectiles when it lands. it's a hide-and-seek objective. Enemy aggression is a bigger problem. Changing density means a lot. The other things need to be balanced around it. Yes, yes, yes. I agree, Viper. It's easy to just say, hey, increase enemy density, but one that creates, you know, more stress on the game itself, meaning we're more likely to have things like crashes. It's also more unfriendly to, say, console players. But additionally, crystal economy is definitely balanced around having enemies at these values. Like, if you triple the enemies, then instead of an average run being, say, what, 4,000-ish crystals, if you're paying attention and not really taking too much in the way of curses, you know, that can end up being a lot. And that is just those runs. Imagine that higher density with all curses, all elite rooms. I doubt they want a solo player walking out of a run with like 40,000 crystals.
Died nicely, though. Yeah, just as we practiced. Extinction of
Now, I'd like to have that, but I don't think that's very healthy. Because we already get a lot.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Calamity really awesome. Glad to see you make them work cast 20. Yeah, Running Wood. They're super fun. Extinction Calamities are still my personal favorite for just vibes and flavor. It's just really good lingering damage in a central point, and that speaks to me for some reason. But the Blazing Calamities are really good area coverage.
I've got all the magic I need.
I just want to see the world burn. I want to see it freeze, I guess. They increase mob density, would they increase crystal cost? I feel like they would. I feel like they would, you know?
Have fun, Fuzzball.
Or they should, maybe. I don't know. It's just a can of worms I don't particularly want to see opened.
Idiot. What have we here? I never get tired of that.
Still raw for Awe? Yes. Awe can get it raw. Give us ever-increasing density and strength in mobs until we can't sustain it. How highly you rate the Catathumbo? Pretty high. I enjoy the gun. It's very responsive. It handles great. It's got a lot of weight to it. Like when the bolts trigger, it just feels impactful. It's a rewarding gun that rewards either precision or building for crits. Because without those things, it's just kind of like a regular old gun. But if it crits, you get the big bolt on the single target, plus you get the ricochets. It's just good weapon design. I like it a lot. Also, there's not too many weapons that I enjoy this much in the lightning and poison elements. So this being a very good lightning gun really, really makes me smile. I like this gun a lot.
That look suits you.
Rawr, nah. How much? 9 out of 3 magic bullets. Butt style, you need to calm down. Hey, Stone's one. How you doing? Headcanon is fun, can't be enchanted. Also better if built for crits. I'll have to check it out. You could probably justify headcanon on a spell shot with that extra enchant slot. kind of make up for losing one by giving yourself another one. Do Greyborns benefit from wisdom? Yeah, they can. Status effects are a really good source, a consistent source of dark magic healing. It's just awkward to justify putting points in there instead of, you know, crit damage, crit chance. Although you have enough to max 2 stats and dump into a third. So if cooldowns are not a problem for you, you could go these and then that. But also, with how Dire Sacrifice in particular works on Graveborn, you're more likely to want max HP than status damage. So it's just, you rarely have the points to put into Wisdom. You'll definitely want to get the Wisdom bonus, but every character wants to get the collectible bonuses. I'm just lazy and I don't. But Stallion said it's fine, Quag, it's fine, just take it. Alright, Wolf Booty, that's a good point. $170k. Ugh. Is that 354k, chat? That was definitely 360k. That's how hard we're hitting right now. Magic Bullets is dumb. Magic Bullets is so dumb. Fucking almost 400k just casually. And we got Zomboss. I am sorry, Zomboss. Sorry. That's my bad. That was a little rude. What gun is that? This is the Catatumba. It calls down a lightning bolt when you hit a crit. It also does 2 ricochets. The enchant kind of removes that from the card, but it does 2 ricochets when you hit a crit as well. So vastly rewarding for hitting crits in both single target and mobbing. And it does have the crossbow thing, so rewards a lot of spam. Fast reload, 2 shots in the mag. Always shock element. You don't sound sorry? I'm a little sorry. It's like a little bit. Maybe I should start rolling the Pistol Bunny again to try to get a Volatile one of these. Do we try our luck with that, chat? I think we do. Is there a cooldown on the Lightning Bolt effect? There is not. Just requires a crit. Chaotic Handbow. I have a Volatile one, but, like, I'll take it. Be weird to leave that on the ground. My first cast run, I shredded my first boss instead of taking 5 minutes. Nice. Sabomancer spell shock on can roll magic bullets. Yeah.
How shall I become deadly next?
Okay, Pistol Bunny. You that's fine. It's just giving us non-uniques. It's fine. It's fine. Dagger Storms are really good. Target takes 6% increased melee damage for each crossbow stuck on the target. Dagger Storms are melee damage. Yoink. Yoink, 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 yoink. Son of which boss is annoying? It's just a DPS check or an awareness check. If his attacks are giving you trouble, try using a sigil. His hard-hitting attacks do get blocked by the barrier provided by a sigil. And then from there, it's just a DPS check. Does the Catatumbo get spell damage bonuses? What would be the best class to use it with besides spell shot? To my knowledge, it does not get spell damage bonuses. I would say classes that have a lot of crit chance and a lot of reload speed would get the most out of this. Now, you'll be able to get the crits on every shot if you use, say, From the Shadows on a Sabomancer. Clawbringer has a lot of incentives for using lightning damage, namely Awe. And Awe gives crit chance, meaning you can consistently hit the effects with Clawbringer. Clawbringer also has a fire bonus element, which lets you, kind of justify using it against fleshy targets a little more. And Dragon Aura is just a fresh mult to your elemental damage, so Claw's a good pick. Berserker gets reload speed, gets frost bonus elements to help it out against bone. Just good damage formula in general. You can get a lot out of it on any class, really. Yeah, I'd say Spellshot's doing the most for it with magic bullets and reload speed. But there's lots of class combinations you can make it work with. Hey, Tim. Here to absorb information while making food. Ooh, what you making? Let me live through you. I did not eat yet this morning, and I regret that decision. I'm a Grave Zerker. I took the max HP. Do I want Attunement because I use Reaper Bones or Strength for crit damage? Personally, damage speaks to me. But you can customize to taste. There's other ways to get cooldown. There's not as many ways of getting crit damage. So you could always take a melee weapon with an Ancient Hilt, for example. And then anytime your Reaper Bones on cooldown, just go whack an enemy in the face a bunch of times and you'll get your cooldown back. That's what I do. I do it on a pickaxe, so it swings pretty fast. Risotto? Beautiful.
Now the fun begins.
You sure your skills explain the build a little? Yeah, Casmataz, sure thing. Sorry I missed that initially. Spell Shot down to 1 slot, 1 kill. Clawbringer down to Awe and Indomitable. What hero stats you spec into? I went all in on crit damage. Note, this is not a Village Idiot character, so you could be doing more damage. Yeah, max crit damage, max attunement for skill cooldown, that's for our polymorph, and then I put the rest into crit chance. But in Spell Shot, you want magic bullets because it's big damage. You want prestidigitation, reload speed. Mage armor is what's allowing us to amp so consistently. Every time we reload or cast a spell, we get 10% ward back. Now, you can go 2 out of 1 mage armor if you happen to get an armor with that. I believe that requires the inverse of this. So instead of Spell Shot Clawbringer, you want Clawbringer Spell Shot. And then that will be able to roll a 2nd point in mage armor, which works out beautifully because a triple amp ward drains 20%. 2 points in mage armor gives you back 20%. So instead of having to do 2 things like I'm doing now, you only have to do 1 thing. So that's an option. We go down to high thread count for more spellweaving stacks, which means more damage out of magic bullets and more damage out of 1 slot, 1 kill. Yeah. Hey Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Upload the save to Discord? Maybe. I haven't uploaded any saves yet. I'm kind of at a point where I'm still exploring builds before I start putting out, like, structured, hey, this is a build, follow these steps type stuff. You guys are just seeing me build things live as we go. I'm taking my time. Warm ciabatta bread for lunch? Gimme. Is Village Idiot just the best background for every damage build? For now. So, the thing with Village Idiot is it gives just a bonus to strength with a downside that we don't care about. Just the spell cooldown, which is very easy to get anyway. It's got a negligible downside with a good upside. Now, as we get more and more geared, as level caps and stuff go up, our stats are going to go up. So, things like, you see this Volatile ring, 19.7 on the gun damage, but then the crit damage and stuff here goes up too, 17.6 for shotgun crit. And this doubles when ward's not full for mood ring, so that's, over 35% crit damage? That's a lot. As chaos caps go up, that will get higher and higher on higher tiers, meaning we'll have more access to crit damage from gear, so the crit damage from Village Idiot will be just, it'll still be nice to have, you still won't lose anything by getting it, but you'll experience diminishing value. Not diminishing returns, diminishing value. So I think as we get more geared, the gap between Village Idiot and others will shrink. It'll still be there, so like, it's better, but don't feel bad if you're not playing Village Idiot. This isn't a Village Idiot character, like 3 of my builds aren't. You don't need to feel bad about that. Amp shield using? Just a triple amp part regular old ward, and Ashen ward with 3 amp parts. There are no uniques that can get 3. And the reason why 3 is good here is not just for the damage, but for the 20% drain. So as others have accurately pointed out, Deuce's Visage does have a higher amp value. It even does a funky thing where it converts the entire shot to frost damage, which changes how it scales elementally, and like, pretty cool stuff. Deuce's is very cool. But 2 things about Deuce's. 1, it can't be enchanted, and 2, it doesn't have the 20% drain. I believe it's still 25, might even be 30. So the 20% drain is favorable here. That's why we go for this one. And that means I can just reload and cast a spell, and I'm instantly firing another amp shot. Lower drain is also better survivability in a deathless setup, for what it's worth. What happens if you amp a mistrial with naturally amped shot? You get more damage. Took Village Idiot because I was going to go melee build at first till I got liquid cooling. Village Idiot's still great for liquid cooling. Village Idiot's just good damage. Hey Trodusk, how you doing? I'm the other Quag on Discord. Welcome in, Doppelganger. How's it going? Good job, Wyvern. How does shield amp stack with melee hilt amp? Is it additive amp percent? I believe the hilt amp is somewhat different. I forget which one. One of them works like previous amp. The other one is just like gun damage. I don't remember which is which. If Stone Swan is still here, he probably knows. Or CZ or 10 FPS. I haven't actually tested that? Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure one of them is like the same as before, one of them isn't, but could be misremembering. There's a lot of details to track in this game. How's your health? How low does your health have to be for max damage from Lord of Edges? If it follows the same curve as Desperate Measures, 1. I guess the water got me. Thank you for testing. You're toxic. Why are you the way that you are? Get a lot of Dragon Lord statues this run. Pretty cozy. I've been thinking about instead of, maybe instead of an Echo Hilt on this, Like, instead of an Echo Amp Twin Soul, what if I ran an Amp Vampire one? Because then Vampire would give me back 10% of my ward, which would allow me to have the option to... So either I reload twice to get Amp back, or I reload once and cast a spell, or I reload once and melee once, or I melee once and cast a spell once, you know? It would give me another option. Hey Solo Kingman, do you think it's possible to make a status effect spell build? Yes. Yes, I do. The awkward thing with that, and the only real hurdle to that, is finding a spell that will apply status effects consistently without just killing. Sarah, stop moving. I'm gonna share a vegetable joke, but it's corny. Well done. Well done. I appreciate that. Good contribution. Little off a week and already some new content. Yeah, we're already looking at a DLC. What? 9 days? 9 days from now, chat. DLC. First season pass content drop. Want this game? If you're looking to purchase the game, Ray friend, I do have an affiliate link, exclamation point link or exclamation point Wonderlands. And purchasing the game through that link will support me. And also, if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, which is the one with the Season Pass, which we are getting the first content drop in 9 days, you get some extra cosmetics going through the affiliate link. Sadly, no money is understandable. It's there if you ever should need it. He's on boss again.
Let's get cooking, little Cinder.
I didn't get a spell kill this time for that enchant. It's a little awkward. No, it was on boss. I'm trying to flex on you and you're actually fighting back. It's awkward. Yeah, I'll just die and respawn. I'm trying to get the, I need to kill something with my Calamity so that my Catatumbo has a 50% chance to shoot an extra projectile. And then I want to shoot. Then I want to shoot Zomboss. I don't want to do a thing. Currently rocking 12 out of 5 on Potent Poisons. My Claw Stab. Nice. That's strong. Hey Rohith, how you doing? Oh, this doesn't feel like it's staying alive longer? I explained it. I need my kill effect.
Ready to cast.
Spawn another ad.
The end draws near.
Ouch. No, that's fine. I must have had really good projectile RNG on the last one. Zomboss, you're being so extra right now. Hello? Don't make me take out the rain of arrows. I will do it. You know I will do it. Fine, you know what? You did this. You did this. You did this. This is your fault. This isn't on me. Oh, well, okay, that's fine. See, this is where buffer comes in. And I like the game telling me no like this. I've been running a deathless setup with, like, no buffer. And Zomboss, when it actually hits you, hits hard. The thing with Zomboss is, it doesn't do anything other than walk slowly towards you and occasionally throw out weak attacks. But when you've got less than 10k buffer and no health gate, you do feel that. Oh. Yeah, that was just me shooting myself. Oopsie. So this extra projectile enchant is nice when it works, but it's too inconsistent. Because that first kill was great, and then this one's kind of like, eh, okay. So I like this spell. Maybe I want to get another one with a different enchant. I picked up a dark magic one, right? There we go, Blazing Calamity. This one doesn't have the extra charge. It's got status damage. That could... It's dark magic status, though. But I don't really benefit from the healing. It's less damage, too. Less crit chance. I'll think about it. I'll have to think about it. For now... Use that spell.
Let's get casting.
Please. No. Let's not use that spell. That one? That one. Okay. You can't skip the credits? You can. Hold escape or hold circle or hold B. Escape, circle, or B, depending on your platform. B on Xbox, circle on PlayStation, and escape on PC. In Pokemon, there's a Darkrai event this month. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't really been playing my Switch lately. Maybe I'll grab Darkrai. I don't know. What does the setup gain from being deathless? The delay. But more so, Viper, this is an armor with +3 awe that just happens to be deathless. If I'm gonna actually buffer tank with deathless, then I want one with mage armor and radiance, which I got one somewhere. I forgot where I put it. Stop giving me chaotic handbows. I don't have room to take that one. That's just gonna sit on the ground. You know what? You can have the other one too, because I have a volatile somewhere. Yeah, just letting you know. Yeah, thank you. It's working in spite of Deathless, not because of it. Yeah, you can make this work because of Deathless. You can actually make Deathless setups in this game pretty tanky. It's just a couple things will screw you, like, you know, health gate attacks, but you can block a lot of those with sigils. It's worth noting. And then you've got the purple gloop, the purple drink that goes straight to your health. That will directly kill you as well. ×2 liquid cooling. But you can kind of play around those things. Hey, that's a Masher 1 mag. Only blue, though. Class are you running? This is a Spell Shot Clawbringer. ×2 Ludite. With the spells money on the next run, because I want to get some more inspiration Sometimes I will just hit a bunny and see what drops and then try to build around things from that pile if there's anything good. It's a good way to get the creative juices going. Yeah, 2 out of 1 mage armor is some good regen that I don't have access to right now. I went through my bank at the beginning of stream. I'm not gonna do that again. Catatumbo with extra spell projectiles could be funny, actually, with that calamity we were using. That could be a good time. We don't get much uptime on that, though. Action skill start every time we use polymorph. It's infrequent. We could switch to hammer throw and get that pretty frequently, though. We try that? Yeah, let's mess around with that. Put that away. Okay. Do I have an amp vampire twin soul? Archmage Ancient, Ancient Vampire, Warrior Rampage, Caustic Vampire, Caustic Echo. Vampire Echo. That's almost what I need, but not quite. Ancient Warrior. Warrior Ancient. Amp Pincushion, that's fun. Actually, an Amp Pincushion would be good here. Because Catatumbo is putting crossbolts in. I'm gonna favorite that so I don't forget that's there. I'd be off. Take it easy, right, friend? Amp Warrior. Echo Amp. Does it appear I have Vampire Amp? Ampire, if you will. Okay, that's good info to have. Maybe I'd keep an eye on Twin Soul drops for a bit. Don't mind the Lich Chance legs. I'm not doing anything weird with them. I promise. I promise, Chad. There's nothing cursed happening there. You can avert your eyes. And Fatebreaker, wonder if that would work. Yeah, Fatebreaker is good at restoring wards as well. That's a good point. Yeah, Fatebreaker would work there. Bit slower on the swing speed, which is why I'm resistant to it. But Fatebreaker is good with some swing speed. Vamplify and Kettle Logic, how are you? Had fun with Sporcer and Double Eye Wyvern spells? Double Eye Wyvern spells. You mean, are you double wielding the Spectral Talents? That's cool. But I like staring at the Cursed Bits, puts thoughts in my mind that live rent free. It do be like that, Aaron. It do.
So much to conquer.
Can't argue with that. Okay, so an advantage of running a fire spell is we get better uptime on the crit damage from Awe. And that's pretty nice. Okay, let's try that extra projectile Catatumbo. And let's do it with a hammer throw. Because if you retract your hammer immediately, it's about 5-second cooldown. If you let it land and then retract, it's about 7. But that gives us potentially full uptime. Now, I could be weird and equip the Spellblade for this stuffs right now. But I'm not gonna. And if we're gonna do that, then we get a lot out of Harbinger. Did I never get that spell shot Harbinger? I don't think I did. Why do I have 2 of these? If you run into the issue where the portal to the Dragon Lord doesn't take you up, I have not had that happen. I have not had that happen. Let's go through my perpetually full bank for a spell shot Harbinger. I have to have 1, right? There's no way I don't have 1. With the amount of shit I throw in here, there's gotta be 1. So we'll find it. I think maybe, probably copium. Might need to hit that amulet bunny again, and that thing and I are not on good terms. We are not on the best of terms. Oh, well, uh-oh. Okay. Deal with the Clawbringer one anyway. Lose a lot of damage doing that, but this is for science.
Think you can make it?
Doing the featured run. More controlled testing space.
Enter the...
I have to redo the run because portal isn't working. Tried down on myself, doesn't seem to help. Yeah, I've not seen that issue myself, so sorry, I can't be of any significant help. Ooh, idea. If I run this with this, then getting a spell kill will give my gun an extra projectile. Getting an action skill will give my spell an extra projectile. Synergies. Chaotic Hammer and Anvil. I've been messing around with this. Capacity roll kind of hurts this, but pick it up for science. Need to figure out if Hammer and Anvil has a internal cooldown, or if it's just hard to see. Pseudo Chaos Run, got all raid bosses. I killed one boss too fast. I got stuck in the game, had to quit. Oh, that's unfortunate, Daniel. I haven't seen that yet, but I'll keep an eye out for that. Yeah, that's a lot of meteors. Because I have 2 charges, and getting the extra projectile on both of those means I can throw out 4 of those calamities that all have the child projectiles. That's pretty good. You know, to see what Unholy Things DLCs goes gear-wise, yeah. I'm really excited to see new gear that they introduce throughout this game's life. A hailstorm of meteors, yes. Never realized how strong build was until I went to help my friend beat the campaign and just shred through them. I mean, it is a lands game story. None of them are exactly difficult. But hey, feeling powerful is important in these games. I'm glad it hit that for you. I left an okay dot. Surprising. You know, to see a magical pellet shotgun? Ooh, yeah, could be interesting. Do a lot of damage, see one-shot things. Catatumbo hits hard. This is experimenting with the setup. We'd shift around a couple things. We're doing a lot less damage because we don't have this one equipped, and we don't have a damage enchant down there. We're just kind of trying out different stuff. But setup's definitely fun. Oh, my hammer got stuck. I swear this doesn't happen every time. Keep missing. My aim. It's not good.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Pigwort, you're being very rude.
Never get tired of that.
There we go. Have any volatile spells or anything? Is there any specific loot you're looking for? A bunch of random legendary loot you might need. Don't know what class you're playing. I'm not really looking to be given anything, but I appreciate the offer. It's very kind of you. Why they make Pigwort of all things a unit? I kind of like it. I don't know why he's on a completely different tier from the other obelisk bosses, but like, I kind of fuck with it. Pigwort actually a notable enemy.
I must reload. Solid stuff.
Look, we don't need the Harbinger here.
Really? I feel this rescue me. Can't run from the storm.
Yeah, let's go back to what's that joint training? Yeah. Flame goblins as a whole being oddly tanky to Pigwort's thickness. There's a couple goblins that are like, hang on, you survived that? But then there's some that's like, oh, okay, I breathed in your general fucking area code and you died. Bit inconsistent, a little weird. Despise the goblins with jetpacks. Goblin AI, they like to run away a lot. It can be a little annoying. Just a little bit. Figured I'd ask, okay, what's your opinion on G Fuel? I've never had G Fuel. I don't really follow G Fuel happenings either. I need to not make this build into just my other build progressively, which is what's happening. All my Clawbringer builds eventually become, hey, what if I just threw the hammer all the time? Like, no, this is different. You promised you'd be different. I have a problem. I like Clawbringer too much. Let's force myself back to Polymorph. so that the builds remain distinct. Donkey Kong barrel build 1. Using polymorph to spam barrels sounds toxic. Do I have a barrel on me? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. You okay there, Daniel? Oh, I do. I do have a barrel. It's right there, right in front of me. I mean, they just gotta explode there. Like, that's actually not bad. Like, the damage is just okay. But it's a channel cast, so it doesn't get the channel mold. But still, that's 3k base damage. Huh. Adrenaline Spirit Rune. That's a very confused Spirit Rune. It doesn't know what it wants to be. Like, you just get the barrel explosion, like, right there. It's like, yeah, that's what I am. I think with a different element, that could be usable. Send hype my way. I appreciate it. But you have many hours yet to enjoy Wonderland. Seems reasonable to fully explore each setup you enjoy for more than a day. That's true, but in my defense, Hazel, I also have no attention span whatsoever. So, like, where does that leave us? And, in terms of content creation, it's a jungle out there. I always like to bring something fresh, to keep people interested, you know? Trying new things is very conducive to that.
Not so tough now, are ya? I don't do walk. Forgotten before they hit the ground.
I mean, who does? I'm like a mouse in a microwave. That's a visual. I'm a visual person. Why did you do that to me? Leads us to a pincushion build. Yeah, Dex, honestly, pincushion might be next. Thinking about it, like, what's the max crossbolts you could put into someone, like, with a reasonable degree of consistency and while still dealing damage? I feel like one of those, ×5 mashers, crossbolt barrel with the 1 mag. Because it's got like a 0.8 or 0.9 second reload. So just spamming that. And then having an echo pincushion could be pretty good damage. How does that deliver? No, it's just that one. Sucks. What was I gonna roll? Okay, there's stuff I want from melee. Master crossbow generator. Is that a thing that can happen? I've never seen a masher roll on a crossbow generator myself, so it's a genuine question. Maybe the spite for close range does 6 in a burst. It does. That's a good shout. Maybe that can happen. That's cool. Remember last week when it was Berserker all the time? This week is Clawbringer week. Why not both? Why not both? Have time for my inventory right now? Cool. Quaking Sunder. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. There's 2 Quaking Sunders right next to each other, chat. I need to excuse myself. Too many Quaking Sunders. Too excited. Okay, I'm back. Expectations for DLC 1 patch? Hopefully some UI improvements. Some balancing. Feels like Smorgasbord, like, what does a person focus on so much is good. Hey Onyx, how you doing? I don't like that sentence you just said, Asa, because you said the B word and then the other B word. Yeah, there's people who were being like, is awe bugged? And then in the next breath, they just go, anyway, this is my Buffmeister build. Like, wait, how do you have a problem with awe but not with Buffmeister? I don't... Let me not go on that tangent. Let me not. What do we want from DLC and why is it a Quacking Sunder, a Rubber Duck spell? I never knew I wanted that. Okay, also, game? Really? Really? Really, game? You couldn't give me one more crystal? Really? Toxic game. Laser Hand of Doubling Down. An extra charge Laser Hand is funny and completely inconsequential because by the time you charge and release this thing, it's like off cooldown again. But it's funny. Pick it up because it's funny. I'm doubling down. Want Torg's Magic Missile spell? I doubt the game can handle that. Raining Calamity. This is another Calamity delivery. I've gotten less out of this one. And honestly, if I was going to use a Raining Calamity, I would just use the unique one and use the Hellfire, which can be enchanted, by the way. Split fire, dark magic damage. Pretty nice. Another spell charge Laser Hand. Okay. Make anything from the Rack Flak build yet? Still toying around with concepts for that one, Loki Legend. So the awkward thing is, if I'm gonna make like the racks themselves do damage, I'm probably looking at just a Spell Shot Graveborn setup, which that multi-class combo is inherently not interesting to me. It's just so oversaturated with, did you know you could use Blast Gas with Pixies and a Buffmeister? And I'm like, did you know you could play literally anything else?
There's a burning little bugger.
It's just how I feel about it. Hey Robot, awesome news, hit 50k words in the book I'm writing. Let's go, that's a huge milestone. Congrats, that's awesome. Fucking proud of you. Do I go fire joint trading with that? I'll stick with this. Try to get something good on this Laser Hand. Laser Hand's just a fun spell, and we're just gonna use it for the memes. Fly bad though. What are the rings with when in a dungeon or when damage to boss effects are increased by %? What do you mean, Moveface? They do exactly what they tell you. I'm confused. Guess that's fine. Passes on the ring. So, while ward is not full, effects are increased by 100%. It increases the effects by 100% when your ward is not full. That's all. Exactly what it says on the tin. Torgue spell was a double ascended calamity spell. I enjoy my Deadshot because I like Furious though. I was enjoying doing Berserker stuff. Furious stuff outside of lightning bolts is ultimately not very interesting to me because yeah, I'm very aware of Pixie stuff, but it's barely playing Pixie Hydra stuff. Spectating more than playing. I prefer an active role in my gameplay, personally. Laser hand is just fun. But with Awe, I probably don't need to full charge as laser hand. I could just... Well, it doesn't play well with Polymorph.
Cartography, my
Maybe I'll shelve that. Different setup. I'll run that Ice Spike. My stomach's making noises. Ugh. Yeah, there's another one. Alright, get it all out, stomach. You can do this. Just fell in love with this Reaper Bone Zerker Great build. Let's go. Glad to hear it. Torgue was a high point in this game. Also, a lot of side quests and zones are great. I did not care for Torgue at all in Borderlands 3, and they just made him really cool in this game. Had more depth to him than screaming. Cast Chamber count as a dungeon? Yes. Tried Twister or Sawblaze with this. I have tried Twister. Twister I quite like. Twister is a very good damage spell. Only reason I'm not using it right now is because I prefer running Sever the Thread in Twister builds for cooldown purposes. If I had a Twister with multiple charges, though, I would probably use it over everything else. I've just never been lucky enough to get a multi-charge Twister. Because having, like, 3 Twister charges for this room, I could space them out, and by the time I use the third one, the first one's coming back. It'd just work out very, very nicely.
Never a moment's peace. Dead as dead can be.
Sweet yellow. Sever the Thread for cooldown, how does that work? So, Sever the Thread, when it triggers, your spell cooldowns get reset. So, shoot gun, remove spell cooldown. Fucking jaw dropped at the magic missile is so fucking cool. I loved it. It was amazing. So obviously the throwback to Torgue's mission objective in Dragon Keep. Yeah, it's something we all expected to get resolved, and I think expectations were still exceeded. This is a beautiful set piece. Ooh, that witch doctor was prepared.
Oh, you had me, did ya?
Just give me some space.
Right.
That was very close. Hey, English, thank you for gifting us up. I really appreciate it. Taking care of Necromancer grade Gage. I can't speak today. I need more coffee. Thank you so much for your third gifted sub on the channel. Means a lot. Hey, Micro, how you doing? Chaotic Frost Barrel Maker. Ooh, sounds fun. I think I'm on the lookout for barrel makers now. I want to try barrels with polymorph. Just because silliness. Just wish they hadn't reused the exact same nuke backdrop from DLC 3. The way I see it is, it was not something that I was consciously aware of in the moment. Like, it was not jarring copy-paste. Like, why redesign that VFX if you already have it? And they recolored it appropriately. It didn't take away from the experience for me, personally.
You and your work.
Polymorph barrels, yeah. Because you just get the explosion on the skeep. But I've yet to see what happens if there's like densely packed enemies. Because the mimics are kind of sparsely populated. Couldn't quite see. You tried Spore Ward and Sabo and thinking to do that for my playthrough on Spore? Yeah, I've played it a bit. It's fine.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Kind of vanilla compared to what other classes can do, but yeah, it's fine. Don't you jump away from me. How to run, there's nothing but mimics. Yeah, there's a couple mimic-only rooms. A couple different places. I want to get more Skeep spells that don't just spawn on Skeep, like Impaling Ice Spikes, because you shoot Skeep and it prioritizes every enemy around the Skeep, saving Skeep for last. Calamity just drop on the Skeep and I'm already shooting the Skeep. Yeah, Quaking Sunders, obviously, are really good for Skeep use because they're ground-based, so they literally can't hit the Skeep to begin with. And they'll just seek out enemies throughout the map. So you can take like a ×25 shotgun, or ×18 shotgun, and just lay into the Skeep and spam Quaking Sunders to cover the whole map. It's hilarious. Also, I said Skeep a lot. Skeep. Skeep, 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 Skeep. I need everyone to put Skeep in the chat, okay? I need my entire chat window to just be Skeep. Just give me some Skeep. Just Skeep. That's all I ask. I'm just a humble Skeep farmer. There we go. Any Skeepers in chat? There it is. Okay, excuse me, Babby Mimic. The encounter's over. The encounter's over. Why are there still enemies? I was looking at Skeep shitposting and I was getting attacked. This is illegal. Okay. We're good. Skeep. Bleep bleep, I'm a Skeep. True. Valid. Skeep is life, Skeep is bae. Also true. Skeep, motherfucker. Got a spell shot Skeep amulet last night so I can Skeep while I Skeep Zerk. Are you using a Skeep prod? Damn, Parasite, get bullied. What did I have skill-wise here? I had 2 mage armor. Ooh, yeah, that's why that amp was so consistent. There. 7 out of 3 awe and 2 mage armor. That's crazy. But Stallion is too kind sometimes. Please Skeep off the grass. Need more Skeep prods. I love Skeep prods. Do you? Is it treating you well? Class you should suggest over Stabbo for Spore between Spellshot and Clawbringer. I don't know, man. Depends on what your setup is. There's no, like, general bests or anything. You know how these games go. Depends entirely on what you're using. Morning, King. How you doing? Good to see you. Got my 6 Awe Executioner to Chaos 5. Loving it so far. Thank you for the inspiration. Glad it's working out for you, Scroll of Wisdom. Glad it's working out for you. It's 3 AM. Do you know where your children are Skeeping? I taught them to Skeep myself. Does that make me a bad parent? Oh, really? Really? You're gonna do me like that, Bunny? Well, luckily, Mage Armor just lets you tank the Sandstorm. Yeah, this boss is pretty free with Mage Armor, as long as you're, like, careful when it's doing the Dolphin Dive shit. Pretty free. Why is Chaos 2 the hardest? Force you to do a nasty spell. That's Celissa. I suppose it's introducing you to the worst things could possibly be. Awesome. Hi, man. How you doing? Awesome, man. Probably just awesome, man. It's working out and just flying through the Chaos ranks, taking a break after 8-hour leveling session. Ooh, that is a grind. But, I respect the energy. Scroll of Wisdom. Time keeps on ticking into the future. It do be like that. Did Toothless instead? Yeah, honestly, Toothless will make it take longer, but it'll be safer. Wow, okay. The chest is never this kind to me. What's the catch?
Ah, yes.
The catch is that none of these are good. Ah, yes, the build. Catch is that these drops were kind of cheeks. Let's hit the AR bunny. Maybe we get a masher crossbow generator. That'd be pretty cool. Bread slicer, not quite. Mage Armor Deathless Discord character you've never seen before, only weapon on it, named Test, you want to grab it quick? I might do that, Dex. Thank you. Strimmer log. It's okay, they were all bad skilly deaths, it's fine. Everything's fine. All is right. Hey Stone Man, how you doing? We put the last one into spells. I was half expecting that to be a Quaking Thunder, to be honest, chat. Alright, what do we got? Volatile Crossbow generator. It's not a masher, but it's a volatile, so I'll take it. Spore fuse on a sapsucker. That just sounds dirty. That entire configuration of words. That offended somebody somewhere, somehow, and I'm sorry. What's the damage on that crossbow generator? Where is it? Where are you? What is this? Oh, hammer and anvil. Okay. 557, that's kinda low. I mean, a fire rate of 4 is pretty good. I don't think I've ever actually shot this thing for more than a couple seconds. How does this handle? It's got a weird fire cap. Why does it fire like that? Like, this is... I'll leave my mic open so you guys can hear how I'm clicking and how it's still delaying. It's got a weird fire cap. Like, that's not even. It's got, like, a burst delay. That's bad. I'm gonna keep that in case that gets buffed, because that's just straight up bad. That's upsetting. Yeah, that's just... Ugh. Let's not think about that. Where's that launcher that I have that I was keeping to remind me of a thing? I'm not actually going to use this, so I can just sell that. I'll sell that too. Selling Quaking Thunder, I know it's not like me, but here we are. Ten mag's kind of low too. Low mag should mean higher damage. So, like, the damage can be even lower than that. And that was a volatile and it barely broke 500. That's just, ugh. If it had been a masher, maybe that would have been serviceable. But, that's very awkward.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
Okay, I need to take something out from here, to have room. Guess I was gonna try handbow stuff. Over the backpack handbow stuff. You know? It really do be like that. Let me grab the thing from Dex. You hoarder. Use Deathless Save Guy's Mule. Yes. Yes, I'll do that. I will do that. That is an idea. Beautiful. Thank you again, Dex. I even... I was gonna mess with the blue cake. See, I'm a hoarder. I can't even move things from my bank, because I'm like, maybe I'll use that. I can't even put things on mules. Okay. I don't need the testing gun. I don't even know what I took there. What was that second thing I clicked? No, that needs to stay in there. Because I might use that. See, I have a problem. I have a problem. Chat, you guys need to stage an intervention for my hoarding of assorted, useless items. I have a problem. Okay, that's fine for now. Drop the Mo's comms? No. No. You can't make me. You can't make me. Your problem's not enough space? Right, Pico. Exactly. Someone gets me. I just need more bank space. That's all. Just give me more. Just reminds me of, in Godfall, you have unlimited backpack space, right? But I frequently have so many things in my inventory in Godfall. Ooh, that's a good encapsulator. That my game crashes from having too much stuff. Like, they don't put a limit on you, but eventually your game starts crashing. Okay. Where's that Deathless? Notice your excessive collecting of items have a significant impact on your personal relationships, career, and general mood. We're now staging an intervention. Yo, that's actually a pretty good lead into that. Well done. Well done. I feel supported. I feel appreciated. It's favorited, right? I just look for favorited ones. There it is. Easy peasy. So yeah, this one is still got good damage passes. Ward regen rate will help with our uptime. And instead of the awe points, so we're now down to 2 awe, which is, you know, sag. But 2 out of 1 mage armor. So now we restore 20% of our ward every time we reload or cast a spell. It also gave a little bit more cooldown from dedication, so our polymorph cooldown would be shorter. A little more buffer from radiance. That's fine. Should be tankier now. Let's go back to the damage setup, I think. Now, let me put that crossbow generator away. Ugh. Extra projectile arcane bolt. What if you got a triple projectile roll arcane bolt, so it's a ×6? ×6 arcane bolt sounds cracked. Because those can each crit independently, right? So it's just like infinite, just boop, boop, boop. Made a build to abuse right hand Buffmeister, not a level 40 yet, so my build's bad. I stay away from Buffmeister personally. It is the death of creativity. You're seeing the community get more and more dependent on Buffmeister, and then if it ever gets changed, those people are going to riot, and those are also, I'd like to point out, the same people who are like, buff legendaries, but like, hang on, you don't use any of these legendaries, how do you know they're bad? It starts a whole conversation. Just, I'd stay away from Buffmeister in my content and my gameplay. More power to you if you use it, but I would suggest using it responsibly and not getting too attached. That's such an interesting war paradigm. Move speed, all damage, gun crit. It's got a point in awe. If it had more points in awe, that'd be crazy. Spell and melee increased by ability. But neither one of those classes boost ability damage. Ability damage is so weird. I feel like Clawbringer should have had an ability boost in Tree. But okay. I'm from Destiny where exploiting is the cool shit, so I like bugs. Yeah. I'm a very different kind of gamer, personally. But hey, at the end of the day, play how you enjoy. Nobody can tell you how to enjoy a game. Switch that up. Yeah. Yeah. Do we want more spam? I think I want more spam. I wish I had a different enchant on that ice spike, but it's like bricked. It's a repeating ice spike. Okay, let's enchant this.
How shall I become deadlier next?
If this doesn't brick, you know, there's always the chance this bricks. Good enough. I understand how people make different builds and Buffmeister Liquid Cooling is still their main weapon. And that's the thing. If something is stifling creativity to that point, I think it should be looked at. Liquid Cooling to a lesser extent than Buffmeister, in my opinion. But it is absolutely something that could stand to be toned down. In particular, Buffmeister, though. Nothing does what Buffmeister does. There are options that compete with Liquid Cooling for single-target DPS, even in the pistol category, especially in the pistol category. But nothing does what Buffmeister does. And to the point where anytime someone's like, hey, look how much damage I did, you just look and see what they're doing. It's like, oh, cool, you had a Buffmeister on. I no longer care. This spell's trying. That was some weird hit detection. Oh god, oh fuck, I'm not doing enough damage to troll Slender Phase. Yeah, the DPS check be hitting. Shit detection. Cough, 1 minute ASE cough. That is a thing, Mintberry. That is a thing that, So, the reason why I don't have as hardline a stance on the 1 minute ASE thing is because enchantment bricking is still a thing. There's a lot of items that, I cannot reroll off of those enchants. So, I'm just like, whatever. If they decide to change that, okay. Let me unbrick my items. That's my stance on that enchantment right now. Because I do have a couple builds that are benefiting from how those enchants are completely lying about their functionality, but I can't change the item. Are there 2 portals? That's how Chaos Shaper works. Always 2, except for the end. Why have Buffmeister when game has easy mode? Not being rude, just honestly confused. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you want to trivialize your entire experience like that, just, like, slide your difficulty slider to the left. Like, don't play Chaos 20, get off intense difficulty, like, I don't know what you want. Like, ooh, Indomitable proc. That saved my ass. Just got home from a job interview. As long as district manager doesn't disagree, I start tomorrow. I already got 50-cent raise. Let's go, Chaos Alpha. That is huge. Congrats. On that grind. Proud of you. I think I'll keep this Ice Spike for my my eventual Theater Kid build, where you just snap at everything to kill it. If I'm gonna do a Spell Shot Graveborn, it's gonna be that. Just dual wielding those, just holding down that at every target. have 9 out of 3 magic bullets. Oh, yeah. We had a couple runs of that today, and it's truly like, what, Stallion? Who hurt you? I suppose the answer is, you know, the Dragon Lord, but... I like this spell, it's just very awkward to use here. It's very awkward. Because I can't reload while I'm doing the repeat casting. Really wish I had Twister was more charges. Like, that'd be so nice. Let's go with that for now. Simple cast is the best. Yeah, simple impaling is very, very comfy. Big fan of that.
It's your funeral.
One is yellow, which ends it. Never seen the blue one after the boss. You can have a yellow or a red portal after the boss. Red will take you to any of the secret bosses you've unlocked for that run.
Now that's the good stuff.
So I notice the lower amount of awe. I do notice that. But I'm so tanky. Like, getting back 20% ward every reload or spellcast is strong. That's just so good. I know Stone Swan does this kind of setup with a hand bow. We could try that out as well.
Let's see how you handle it.
So if it just takes you back to lower level. Ah, yeah, the Celissa portal. Yeah, just moves you. Notice the Skeet being available for it too, but less awe is sad. Less awe is a little sad, but... How much gun damage is from this? That makes 8 stacks with high thread count. I want 32% gun damage or 11% flat crit and 5% crit damage. Chat, what do you think? 1 slot 1 kill or 3rd point in awe? I'm leaning 1 slot 1 kill, but like, I am also a slut for awe. So I need less biased opinions. Go, hit me. Hit me with the truth.
I'll take that. See what happens.
Awkward thing here. I'm not doing lightning damage anymore. Let's try full battery. Yeah, let's try that. Just heal through the dot by reloading. It's fun. It's fun. Yeah, I'm using full battery to deal lightning damage to proc awe. It's a 25% trade, but it's fine. When you hit, it hits. Oh, hi. Forgot I took that modifier. Do I want a lightning spell? That might be the play. A lightning spell to proc awe. Okay. So I'll go back to this. I have a lightning spell, proc awe now. Yeah, try that. Cloudburst Arctorn. I don't have any good ones on me. Also, I just found Cloudburst Arctorns kind of boring. I prefer the other deliveries of Arctorn because they're just more interesting. Critical Connoisseur, yes please. Bad Theory Crafters from not going to weigh in. Ah, that's the wrong attitude, Dex. All ideas are a contribution.
Fallen fresh. Bet you wish you turned away.
162k, nice. I'm an Ocelot then? True. Handbow just kind of one-taps enemies. It's way more awkward than the Catatumbo, and less spammable, but like when it crits, it's like hi, bye. Instead of awe and one shot, one kill, you should have said break the game and add one more point to the best skill, Firebolt. True. Valid. Oh, we're right here. We're starting here. Okay. I don't know where I'm leading you. Yeah, never fine. How you doing? Is there an arc torrent that places something down and then arcs nearby enemies? Yeah, but it's kind of trash. I like the one that's a sustained beam you hold. That one's pretty cool. All I do is useful even if they're wrong. Right. Like Viper has lots of ideas, and I always tell Viper he's wrong. Simple as that. Like the Cloudburst because they didn't get so many targets fully charged. Yeah, it's very consistent damage delivery. I just don't find it interesting. That's all. Definitely effective. And the consistency on this is just so much lower than Catatumbo. I have to, like, barrel stuff. It's definitely good, it's just awkward. Wow, Quag, what? LaChance. LaFriend. LaChad. Only Oath of the Thunder and Fire were swapped. Yeah, that would, well, actually, that wouldn't really help. Because the bonus elements don't trigger awe. So, just kind of same position. Handbow. Handbow, where's my crits? Where's my crits, Handbow? crit check?
Electric set.
I have to actually hit the chance to crit spot. Fine. Game making me aim. Unacceptable.
Cyanate my style.
Unacceptable. Yo, Glenny.
Gaming.
Gaming. Thanks for the tier 2. I appreciate it. Yeah, how you been enjoying the game? Cannon fodder? That's disrespectful. Accurate, but disrespectful. Just finished the game the other night? Let's go. Just got the call. District manager agreed. I start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Let's fucking go, Chaos Alpha. Can we get some quag hype for Chaos Alpha? Just landed a new gerb. You love to see it. Master can't roll with element, right? Correct. Correct. Non-elemental gun.
That one in particular.
So squishy and gross.
Helpful. Enemy in my sight.
Crit consistency on this thing is so bad. Hey, Robot, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Wobble wobble. Word ban. Oh no. Okay. 10 minutes on the clock. Streamer cannot say that word. Oh, okay, Glue. Fuck you too, Glue.
Thanks for being awesome. Quack.
There it is.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad.
Yeah, handbow against Gloop is... That might be a little rude. Sorry. Refer to yourself in third person. Congrats on the job. If it's part-time, enjoy the time you got. Full-time can be a chore. Part-time can be a chore as well. There was a stretch of about a couple years where Strimmer was working a few too many part-time jobs. Strimmer did not have time for life. It was awful. Which boss of the 4 is my favorite? Yellow. Yellow is my favorite. Bunned Hog. Okay, we'll keep the handbow equipped, I think, for gloop purposes, but still gonna prefer Catatumbo, probably. Yeah. Sigils give you a bonus element? No. That is a Buffmeister exclusive thing. Told the place is great to work and great benefits, making more money full-time from my part-time supervisor role at Duncan. Let's go. That's really great. I'm glad to hear that you've got that opportunity. Seriously, it's great. I love to hear when good people... Two for word ban. Strimmer loves to hear when good people have good things happen to them. Like the green one. Green one is cool. Once you learn it, Barkenstein rather, is very rewarding in terms of personal satisfaction. Gonna head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. This is a hard one. It is. Remainder in spell. A green chaotic. Alright, what do we got? Times 2 Ludite. Perceiver. Take that. Still gotta mess with those. Volatile Scamp. Bony Face's Soul. Queen's Cry. Catatumbo, but it's a low crit roll, so no thank you. Eye hurts like a mofo today. 12.5% bleach directly on. Ugh. How did that happen? Did you get medical attention for that? That sounds awful. I don't have words for that. Word ban. I don't fucking care about the word ban. That's just distressing. Ugh. Bark needs reflexes or just run away. Or just learning patterns. I don't have the best reflexes. There's no shot I'm getting this word ban. Shermer does not have the best reflexes, but still does okay. Watch it out for 5 minutes. Company does house washing and other stuff. The rookie mistake looked up.
Let's get cooking, little cinder.
Please keep an eye on your health. That's... Oof. You know, just... Maybe not the best phrase. Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was so insensitive. Oh, I'm an asshole. You guys bully me. Doing an extended run now.
You go on ahead. I'll swing it.
Fiance calls me a little Cyclops now.
Breaking ground. Helpful.
I missed my extra points in awe. Yeah, I lost this word, Ben. There you go. There you go. It's done. It's done. I'm not playing that game anymore. You win, robot.
Bleed all you want. It won't save you.
Extra points in awe means I don't have to aim. But now I have to aim. Oh, you know what'd be sick with this? If I had a fucking body rocker in times 18
What an
with
epic
shot.
belly rub you shall have.
That'd be pretty neat.
I thank you for trying.
That's an annoying bug. When an enemy you've converted to a sneak despawns through, you know, not you killing it, your duration doesn't end. So you need to wait, and Polymorph has a long fucking duration. 16 seconds base, and then spell shot power increases it. So, yeah. It's a bit. Hey, you aren't one for dark humor? Depends on the topic. Depends on the topic.
Thanks for that. Bells are up.
Kinetic friction, huh? Still want to figure out a use for that, other than has big ward value. Sword explosion, it's trash. Gun damage, shotgun crit, reload speed, chaotic roll. Yes, please. That's useful. That's a lot better. Catatomo just looks so much better in this setup. Handbow definitely hits a higher ceiling. It's just harder to maintain that, you know, that point. If we're doing shotgun stuff, then that ring we just picked up is top tier. Look at that. Shotgun reload speed, shotgun crit damage, gun damage. Be better than these thumb cuffs for a shotgun, but these thumb cuffs have pistol damage. Pistol crit damage, rather. Aiming? Yeah, I've changed, Rune.
Skate for the slaughter. Spell slots are ready. Hot out the oven.
I think a big part of why the Catatumbo feels better is the projectiles are way faster. Interesting that we don't have a projectile speed skill in the game, at least to this point. There'll probably be a class that gets it at some point. If I had to guess. But it's interesting that we don't have a source of projectile speed in a game where projectiles as a whole are just slower. We have fewer traditional ballistic behavior weapons. Ooh, what are we ranting about here on Hotfax? What you got? Not mad, just disappointed. Hi, not mad, just disappointed. How you doing today?
Finally learned how to read. Ah, gets me every time.
But you said you're not mad. But that's clearly mad, Rune. That is my mad emo. Survivability is cracked on this. I just missed my all points, damn it.
Out by now, eh? You knew what this was.
Pigwort? No, this isn't the featured run. Why are you here? Pigwort, you slut.
The arcane pain. Go stuff a pillow. Spell was spent.
Once you start using all, it's hard to go back. It really is. Like, wait, you're telling me I have to aim for crit spots? It's a hard sell. Fiance just made fun of me to her friend. She said, nice.
I'd give it all for a little more.
When does a joke become a dad joke? When you feel the urge to clear your throat several times before making the joke, just make generic dad noises. Like...
Fallen fresh.
I deserve that.
Mind the gap.
It's a new status when you get more groans than laughs.
I've got all the magic I need.
A joke and steak are opposites. A well done joke is fucking rare. That one has layers. I like that. Make that noise whenever I get up off the couch. Mine's 30, my back's 87. I feel that. I feel that. I just want awe. I just want awe.
Idiot.
I just want awe. Ogres have layers, also accurate. Bark. Fuck it, we'll do bark. There's the kind of legal shenanigans you can get into if you started a band and named it public domain. Oh, that'd be interesting. So all my jokes, dad jokes now. Yep. Sorry you had to find out like this. We'll support you through this, Fireboy. I don't like either of these, especially for bar. Alright, we're here.
That's for making me sausages. I would run if I were you.
Like, the awe consistency is just so nice to have.
Got no juice.
You just go around one-click things. Bathroom. Does Echo get all the excess overkill damage too? Thanks, Nightbot. Yeah, it's the damage you dealt, Asa. So, 10% of the damage you dealt. Doesn't care if the enemy only had 1,000 health and you did 1,000,000. Echo will still take 10% of the damage dealt. I'll go back to lurk and keep my eye off this phone screen. You're watching on my Xbox. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you. Using these frost buddies to ricochet off of is
Quite the
just...
collection.
it's toxicity.
I never get tired of that.
We have fun, don't we?
I think that's why I don't care as much for Spore Warden's Capstone as I used to, because now that I know there's so many weapons I like that just inherently ricochet when you crit, and I'm a slut for awe, I can just ricochet that way, and it is fine. Okay. I think we got the damage. Toxicity in our city, in our city. You, what do you own the world? How do you own disorder? You know?
Now that's the good stuff.
Game? So much damage my game lagged. Alright. Cool. Hey Vaxit, how you doing? Body room. Always need more of those. In case they brick. Madge. You know if claw armors can convert your pets to dark magic? Yes, you can roll a a claw armor for each element.
How's that for an active
There's one for
reload?
each.
Friends won't go hungry tonight. Tell the Reaper I sent you. Have fun, Fuzzball.
Hey, Midlebinski, how you doing? Pretty good yourself? Can't complain. Can't complain. Having a nice chill stream today. Enjoying playing this this spell shot build. This amp focused setup. We've tried out a few different armors today, and different amounts of survivability, and the setup's feeling pretty good. I might respec, move some points around. We're also trying out weapons and enchants, and it's just feeling pretty good. Second week of the game, Quag's using glitches, down horrendous. Which glitches would I be using? Mask. To my knowledge, I'm not using any. What glitch are you accusing me of using?
Step into your grave.
Hate how you can't enchant some items. The Heck Waiter would be so good if you could. Yeah, I wish all items are enchantable. It just seems arbitrary which ones can and can't. Like, I don't know why the last rites can't, but then you have, you know, LeChance's leg can. Just why? I don't see a reason. Their build doc being worked on. So, community build resources like that are going to take time because we want to make sure they have some longevity, and also the state of the game is changing pretty frequently right now. We've not yet had a patch. We've got a DLC in a little over a week coming. So, and things like damage formula are still being figured out. So expect that at some point, but it's a work in progress. The framework for things like the community build documents we had in Borderlands 3. Work in progress. Hey, Grand Akma, how you doing? Out of curiosity, there's the reason you're running the polymorph action skill? Because I like it, Cheshire Cast. I like it. It's giving me access to action skill related enchants. It's giving me a lot of free activations of my Quaking Sunder. It gives me spell weaving whenever it casts a spell, which restores my ward, which is good for amp. Polymorph is a good action skill.
Not so tough now, are ya? Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
How's stream been today? It's been good. It's been good. We've been testing a bunch of different weapons and gear configurations on this setup, and I'm feeling more and more comfortable with how this setup works. This is one of those that I might make some more structured content on. We'll see. But it feels good. I also like playing this build on stream because it's not using any of the obvious crutches that people are, you know, crutching on. I'm not doing Buffmeister stuff. I'm not doing Inferior Companion stuff. I'm not using any of the particularly oversaturated weapons. Damage is fake. You can see his hacks. I can't believe people believe this cheater. I don't think the jokes are really landing right now, Mask. I'm gonna be honest. Since they're also clobbering, would be better to utilize Storm Dragon's Judgment. What would it provide for me that Polymorph doesn't? Is the thing. Polymorph gives me free spells. Storm Dragon's Judgment doesn't. Sure, I get to activate Storm Dragons more often, but I'm not currently using a Harbinger or anything that would want me to activate that frequently. Like, I'm just kind of not worried about it.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Ow.
The stuff legends are made of.
That polymorph just gave me a Quake and Thunder that it got me up.
I'm not done yet. Oi! Thanks for that. As it was
There we go.
foretold. The spoils
Celeste has this tendency to just get stuck in one of those corners. I find it funny. I've not experienced that yet. Copy and paste and shitpost is my favorite pastime. I like shitposting too. But I've seen better quality from you before. Come on, that's not your A game. Volatile Trickster's Ice Spike. I've seen good things about this. It's a repeating cast though. I'll pick it up just in case, because, you know, Volatile. I don't think I love repeating on that. Ooh, 1668 on a blue two-hander. That's high damage. That's on a blue. Ugh. That's high damage. I played too much of the spell shot yet, so I haven't quite seen the skill synergy history. Yeah, so we have Mage Armor, which gives us 10% of our ward anytime we get a stack of Spell Weaving. 10% is half of the drain of our triple amp ward. So we want to gain 2 stacks of Spell Weaving to get an amp shot immediately. Now we get 1 from reloading, and we get 1 from casting a spell. So if we happen to have a target polymorphed, we shoot them. We'll get 1 back if we cast a free spell, and then we'll get another back from reloading. So with good RNG, we could just boop, 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 and have, you know, everything be amped. Because we can also cast spells while we shoot, which is additional spell weaving. So it's more amp shots. Hey Foster, how you doing? Talk through Solicitor strats, really struggle against her. Just watch your footing. She's pretty passive. Like, she doesn't have any attacks that are particularly out of the blue. Just watch your footing, that's all. It's not been too lazy to test. Does polymorphs keep the same health value as the enemy? It does. Oh, I should have strafed right. Oops. Bad reflexes. By the way, we figured out why some characters do more damage against Bark than others. The weak spots are melee damage. Yummy not go off? It did. I heard it. Ooh, do we Rain of Arrows Bark? That's risky. That's very risky. Do I do it anyway? We Carouser Bark. That's probably the play, honestly. Carouser. That's Carouser Bark. Hit 3k loot luck. Nice. Carouser projectiles are slow. Ooh. Oh, I got 1 tap by an ad. That's awkward. A little embarrassing. Yeah, Carouser's too awkward here. The projectiles are so slow. Okay, I'll use a real gun against you, Bark. That's fine. Thought Epic hit it with melee the other day. Yeah. You can do shenanigans with Bark's weak spots. They count as melee damage. If you're holding a Spellblade, it does more. There's of course the people who are like, hey, let me just use a live wire and a Buffmeister. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that works on any setup, but do what you enjoy.
Humbled, but undeterred.
Ah, I'm bad. I'm trash. No, Bark, that's fucking toxic. Hello?
No magic left. Unleash hell. You only need that. That one in particular.
Oops. Oh, that might have been a really big mistake. I forgot you can't second wind off of, Alright, I have one more life. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is it not just increased damage multiplier whatever you hit it with? No, no, it's different. The weak spots on Bark are their own damage source, and for whatever reason, they seem to scale with melee damage. People have reported seeing Blast Chill trigger when shooting Bark's weak spots. Which corroborates the theory. Alright, come on, let's go. Oh, no, you're doing this. Okay, Bark. Okay. Alright. Cool.
Bowser up. Easy mark.
Cool. Well, that was... Yeah, I maybe need a different weapon against Bark. My times 25 would have been perfect for shooting that. Failed to run against Bark. Awkward. That's why we test in the way we do. Let me grab that shotgun. Did I put it away? I think I put it away. You'll probably let perceive. What does this do? This is the one that regens ammo, right? I keep forgetting to actually field test this. Like, you have a chance to get ammo back when you kill? You ain't having it today? Yeah. This thing consumes 3 ammo per shot? Why? Why do you consume 3 ammo per shot? You're 1 ammo on a 3-shot burst, and you're 3 ammo. Okay, we're going to the Bright Hoof dummy to test this shit. Like, do you do the damage of 3 shots in semi-auto? Because that's pretty cool. We sciencing. That'd be really cool, actually. I'm interested in this gun now. Playing with Relentless Rage, it feels weird not having infinite save your soul time with the other classes. Yeah, it's definitely a weird adjustment. There's things like Relentless Rage and Awe that, it's so odd going from having them to not. Extra spell charge on an Impaling Ice Spike. Yeah, give me that. It's only a blue, but 4 charges, useful. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, target dummy. Yep. We want to not have an amp ward on for testing purposes. bonus elements in the way. 10K. No, it's just trash on single shot. Okay. Why would you... What's the benefit? $19K. Weird gun. Weird gun. Let's play some of my other club here. The 1921K? Yeah, that's something I want to have a more controlled test, but I don't feel like respecing that character right now, which is why I left it in the inventory and logged out there. Even if it is melee damage, still has to take the damage you hit it with at some point, because every time I shot it with different guns, the higher single shot guns still do more damage when you hit the orbs. Well, I've seen different results, personally. But based on testing that I've seen, it's definitely scales up with melee damage. And does not scale up with instances of damage you deal. So just the fact that you're damaging it is enough. Hey Shalatoa, how you doing? Have enough 40s? No. I do not. Can't say that I do. What are we gonna mob with in this run? We mob with Crossblade. Let's do kettle drum mobbing.
Icy death. You were short work.
Hi Moves, how you doing? Is that a fish? Yeah, I am using a fish. Fish. Fish.
There's a burning little bugger.
Look, how is your bank space? 510? Yeah, that's where it caps out. Devil's three-way. 510. Wow, Nullify and Toothless. I'm gonna reset. Yeah, I'm gonna reset this one. Mushroom looks like celebrating Christmas. Shotgun is that? That is a times 25 kettle drum. And kettle drum is a non-unique black powder shotgun. Can roll up to 25 projectiles. 25 looks like this.
Some spills.
Fine with accepting this melee damage, just wondering how it relates to what I've seen. You shooting the spot causes an instance of melee damage. It scales up with your melee formula. I assume it gets your formula, so it gets your other stuff too.
I feel a storm coming. I can get used to this. The cold of the grave. What an epic belly rub you shall have.
Stagecoach in Wonderlands? Yes. Instead of Stagecoach, we have Kettle Drum. Love this sniper rifle. It's so sick for clearing out these areas. It's also really good at triggering awe, fellow Clawbringers. You have the snake stick can come with Echo? It can. I have a couple that have Echo. Get in range. There we go. Creating an instance based on how much you hit it with seems likely. There's a massive difference between me hitting with liquid cooling and Krauser on the same build. Yeah, I did not experience those results. I had contrary results. Chaotic Fate Breaker with Amp. Very nice. Amp Fate Breaker is a good combination. Because if I'm using the Fate Breaker to get my ward back for Amp, then I can use the Amp from the Fate Breaker as well. Cat? Yeah, cat. What? What do you want? Okay. Anything else? Okay, yes, you are a good boy. Okay, you good? Swims faster the more you damage it? Yeah. Ooh, good echo on Big Ward. Let's go. Chaotic Selective Amnesia with not anything good about it. Sad. You hate to see it. Truly sad. Oh, apparently the new Back for Blood updates today. I haven't played that game in a bit. Maybe I'll check that out later. good luck this run. That's an amalgam with blast chill. Good stats. We'll do green on this character. I'm gonna keep an eye out and see if both of Thunder happens on the bark thing.
Cool your head. Who's the alpha now, eh?
Just launched myself with that barrel. That was kind of sick. This is a pretty good spot, to be honest. If I had a weapon better suited to this, this would be a great sightline for the whole map. Huh, I like that spot. Noted. Luck going up. Then mimics. I really like this featured run except for this mimic room. All the rooms except for this one, I'm like, yeah. And this one I'm just sad and constantly anxious that one of the, you know, melee specific ones pops out of the woodwork. Fast room clearing, I suppose. Chaotic Mage Staff. Non-elemental. No thank you. I want to make a Mage Staff build. It's like actually using the Mage Staff for damage. But I don't want to do the things necessary to make a Mage Staff build, if that makes sense. Kettle drums are fun. I totally forgot I was going to do green. No intention span. That's fine. Shotgun is that? This is a times 25 kettle drum. It's a non-unique. Hey Felson, how you doing? There you go. Afternoon, Boom. How are you? I think a blank slate with 40% all damage is worth equipping over other armor pieces. Depends entirely on what the other armor piece is. Blank slate can also get ability level +2 alongside the 40% all damage roll, and at that point, it's giving you a lot of stats. So depending on the build, that could be worthwhile. But it's really a comparison with, what else? Is 25 max on Kettle Drum? Yes. Amount of times 12 Kettle Drum, I'm so happy. That's still good. That's still very good. Kettle Drums can be as low as like 9, I think. It can be like 9, 12, 16, 21, 25, I think are the denominations. Zap Kachow. That's very high ward capacity. Look at that shit. Capacity part on top of this, 8.8k. That's... I might have to take that for that reason, because that's just interesting. Let's roll more spells. You got the times 18 torque shot yet? What I'm saying, looking at purples for one? Yeah, I've had that blue one forever. Extra projectile reviver. That's a lot of card damage. I think I have a copy of the blue one on this save. No, I don't have it on this save. I must have put it away. But if you're asking if I got another one, a 3 mag. I haven't gotten a 2 mag. Have not gotten a 2 mag times 18. I don't know if that even can be a thing at this point. Question, does Turnaround Chaos bump you up to intense difficulty levels? No. No. Menu difficulty setting is still separate from that. Still a separate thing. Why do I have so much shit in my inventory, chat? What is wrong with me? I'm like, maybe I could use that. Maybe I could use that. Ooh, that's good too. I could use that. I don't need that. I'd like the first DLC to include slide speed items. I missed that from BL3. You think we need it though, Charlie? Because the thing is, map design in this game isn't structured around vehicles. So we have, I mean, there's still instances of, long stretches of running, but we've got pretty reasonably placed fast travel points, and map geometry isn't really set up in a way that we need slide speed. Like, the longest open stretches in most areas is like this distance, Like here to there. Like, sure, slide speed for that, but I don't think we really need it. Slower mag better for those? Got times 18 with 5 in mag, lets me shoot 3 times for reload. It depends on what kind of build you're doing, Gwen. For me, I like having the 2 mag, for reload cycling purposes, but as long as you have the 18% sticky melt, on a times 18, it's fine, and you can get that on higher mags as well. Don't need it, but it's fun. That's fair. Is Claw the only class that boosts area damage? Claw doesn't have area damage boosts. Onyx. Berserker has area damage boosts. Alright, brain flip the trees? Yeah. Spore Warden's the only one with ability. Berserker's the only one with area. All the other types, I think, have at least 2 classes that give it. I think. Off the top of my head, anyway. At this point, I think we can safely say Theory Crafter just means Hoarder in denial. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna argue, but, like, yeah. Just, I need more bank. Just need, like, a little more bank. Just, like, a tiny bit more. Just give me a little bit of bank, okay? It's got a crit damage part. That's why I keep revisiting that. I don't like Cloudburst Arctorns. Volatile Vamp of the Watchtower. I sound like a bank addict? Listen. Yes. Just a few more slots and I'll quit for good, honest. How you doing, Samantha Best? Anybody know how much card damage a Volatile Masterwork Handbow can hit? I got a Chaotic yesterday with 2635. It's got me real curious now. I have a Volatile one right here. This one's 2981. Now, I think I've seen over 3k, because I'm pretty sure I got a high crit damage roll, which the crit damage and the base damage parts are mutually exclusive. So I think you can get slightly higher card damage, slightly less crit. So it probably caps out like 31, 3200, something like that, if I had to guess. But this Volatile one is 2981. And I'm pretty sure it's not max. I don't need that Sphere Rune. I can drop that. Alright, let's try and do a featured run quickly. Or a couple runs. I don't know. We'll see. Double amp. I thought for a second that this was triple amp, because I looked and I saw this in the item of the day. I was like, ooh, is that? But this is close to what I was using for the other build. Obviously, instead of that roid part, you want another amp part. But the more amp parts you get, the less gets actually drained. You get more damage from the amp, and it drains less. One amp part is 30% ward for 20% damage. And then 2 is 25 for 50, and 3 is 20 for 100.
Choose, Baitmaker. Go!
Yo, what you see an Ascended Handbow? BWL 1 card number is also pretty much 30 levels lower. Feels good. Yeah. Lower numbers, easier to balance. Also, less stat bloat in general. It just helps readability for sure. Like, items having tens of millions of card damage for no reason in BL2 was fucking wild. Got bonked off of lifting and Connor as well, and now I'm lost. Not experienced that one personally.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. Winter's blade.
Picked up some item. OPA was a hell of a drug. Yeah. Gotta be your spell. It's 114 times 14. Nice. Is that a Hellfire? Sounds like a Hellfire. Hellfire, yeah. What am I training? Pretty sure that was Frost Damage Spore Warden. That's why I shouldn't run around with a full backpack. I can't pick up things during speedruns. I have a secret defense against just using liquid cooling for everything. I don't care too much for COV Skulldiver weapons. I mean, I don't really either, but results. Fortunately, I don't use it all the time. I spent much of today's stream not using it, so pulling it out for a speedrun here is acceptable to me. Minimap not turning with you throws me off constantly. I don't know how anyone can use the other minimap setting. Like, you have no idea where you are in relation to everything else if you use the other setting. It's jarring and I hate it. On the opposite, I have no idea where I'm going if it's not turning. Interesting. I guess that's why it's good there's an option. That was okay. 630. It was okay. It was okay. It was an okay run. Could be faster. Note that 630 reads as top 30 because a lot of the people who have gotten high, fast times on this one have knowingly benefited from the health bug. And then there's a bunch of people running around, Pixie's Blast Gasp, etc., etc. I'm happy with a 630 for a straightforward gun build with no exploits and no Buffmeister. Feel good about that. Let's go Pistol Bunny more. I still want a Volatile Catatombo if I can manage one. There's a red dot right behind me in the minimap. I know I just turned 180 degrees to be an enemy regardless of what right behind me means at that moment. Yeah, you see, for me, if I glance at the minimap, so like right now, I know that based on where I'm oriented, that star is behind me, and that gives me an image of where in the room that is. If this map was rotating with me, I would have no idea what part of the room that is. So like with this, I can just turn, and I know what to expect when I turn there. That's how my brain processes it, at least. Oh, fire is a quest unique and it's quite good. It's multi-element, IRC, fire, and dark magic. Yeah, the core damage is fire. It just deals additional dark magic damage as well. So, like, if you were to have, you know, the imbued weapon, it would make your stuff fire. But the spell itself does both fire and dark magic, which is cool. Yeah, cat, you are a cat. I don't know why you're meowing at me so much. Probably wants water. Stay hydrated. It's Kevin's message for you, chat. It's a fire dagger storm. That is volatile. It actually had pretty good base damage. What was the random item I picked up? I thought there was one other than the reviver. Was there? Yeah, it was that. Got a tumble lightning bolt scale spell damage by chance? Not to my knowledge, no. Just gun. Just gun. You had instances when you get downed and into fight for your life, you suddenly get turned or shifted. Yes. It happens if you use photo mode until your next save quit. That'll happen anytime you you go down. Save quitting fixes it. And the way you avoid it happening at all is just don't use photo mode until this gets fixed. Or just after you use photo mode, save quit. That's how you avoid it. Okay. Let's do a couple more on the spell shot. It's too addictive. It's too fun. Okay, I thought Catatumble Lightning Bolt might have been spell because I was told Queen's Cry Meteor spell. Yeah, it's a case-by-case thing. Queen's Cry, they made specifically scale with spell bonuses. Now, it's still a gun. There's an important distinction there. It's still damage source gun. Which means it does not trigger things like Blast Gasp. But it's gun that also scales with spell, which means the formula you can apply to Queen's Cry is crazy, particularly on Spell Shot. Where you can just be like, hi, I have magic bullets, which makes my spell damage into bullet damage, but also my spell damage applies to this gun, so it's just creating more damage out of nowhere. Then it gets even scarier if you have more than 6 points in magic bullets, because then it's like, okay, hi, just creating even more damage out of nowhere, and it just leads to some really weird math. Really weird, because when you get to a point where magic bullets is converting over 100% of your spell damage into bullet damage, it's like, oh, okay, this class is dumb.
You're only as good as your blade.
I almost bought that shotgun from that vending machine, but don't go buy Rumpy Pumpy, chat. Be safe. Be safe. Buying Rumpy Pumpy can be dangerous. Okay? Be careful making purchases. Queen's Cry Meteor can't block Blast Gasp. It's been shredding things in my grave spell, so I assumed it was. Nope, it is damage source gun still. It just hits hard. Grave spell gets a ton of spell damage in tree. Grave has global damage as well. And then you've got all the gun and bullet damage from spell shot. So yeah, it's just, you're doing a lot of damage. That's all it is. You can also combine that with that one legendary lets you convert 50%. Warp Paradigm. Yeah. Yeah, you could use Warp Paradigm to convert
Get cooking, little cinder.
other things into other things as necessary. Gary Spell's my favorite combo. It's definitely just a powerful combo. It's just strong. Very straightforward. squeezes big number out of thing. Has short cooldown. Just everything right there on the pin.
I must reload. C for effort. C minus. Energy's empty. Spell slots are ready.
That was
Put out
awkward.
the oven.
Poor dot timing. Didn't even think about one slot, one kill. Yeah. War Paradigm does really help. Queen's Cry, which is the same way spell damage, magic bullets do, since War Paradigm only rolls spell, melee, and ability. If it rolls gun damage, however. Yeah, you can still get some value out of it rolling with melee, in particular with some enchants. You can do some wacky stuff. Have some ideas there. But yeah, a big part of Spellshot's power is just making bonuses go on things that maybe they shouldn't.
It won't save you.
Chaotic Body Rune health roll, sure.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Does Buffmeister get fire rate even if it doesn't say Pew? No. I think fire rate is part of the Pew roll. What's that lightning strike from? It's from my gun. This is the Catatumbo. It is a black powder pistol that when you crit, it has a lightning bolt in addition to 2 ricochets from nearby targets.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Gun's pretty cool. Yeah. The ricochets crit, do they make more lightning? No. What shield you running? A triple amp. Just a purple with 3 amp parts. To preface whatever I'm about to say, I've never played Spellshot. I have more of an issue with one slot, one kill more than magic bullets, since magic bullets already gives you gun damage for spell effects and spell damage. So no, Asa. No. Here's why. In a hotfix a few days ago, they reallocated gun bonuses and bullet bonuses. Now, all the things that were bullet bonuses are now in the gun category, except for magic bullets. Spellshot's now the only place to get bullet damage rather than gun damage, and bullet and gun damage are mult with each other. So, Spellshot gets this as a multiplier, a fresh multiplier. They get 45% of their spell damage as a fresh mult to their gun formula. So yeah, one slot, one kill is fucking peanuts compared to that. It's nothing. It is less than just, it's nothing.
You wanted my attention. Was it worth it?
So before that change, gun and bullet were kind of just distributed to a point where if you knew which enchants and which gear slots had which, you could get a good distribution on any class. Now Spellshot's the only one who can get both. Just Spellshot. No one else.
Our spell slots.
Makes you dislike Spellshot even more. Eh, Yeah, I don't love that that's the state of things. It's interesting that Spellshot gets this, but Clawbringer's bullet damage skill is now just 8% gun damage instead of it being bullet damage, which made it really good. Like, Firebolt, 8% gun damage was good before this change, and now it's not. You still take it, because it's still damage, but it's less noteworthy. Meanwhile, Magic Bullets is just this. Ooh, I should have seen that rock coming. Good play, Pigwort.
Who wants to make that mistake again? Step into your grave. And the burning little bugger.
Yep. You'll hope they tune up other classes rather than blanket nerf spell. That is how you end up with Borderlands 3, where everything is too powerful. None of the classes are too weak right now. There's individual skills here and there that should be, you know, addressed or reined in. But Spellshot as a whole, because of the insane access it has, is just overperforming. Spellshot should not cause the power ceiling of everything else to rise. It's easy to tune one thing in comparison to 6 things. This mentality of no nerf, only buff, it doesn't achieve what you think it does. It causes a different problem later, as opposed to fixing the problem now. This is why things like Buffmeister, Spellshot, Liquid Cooling, they should be looked at rather than taking the entirety of everything else, which people are spending less time using because, you know, less popular. The approach of buffing 9 things instead of nerfing 1 is why we ended up with things like 500% buffs to guns that didn't need it in BL3. That is the end result of that ideology. Hell, we already got a almost 50% buff to black powder shotguns that didn't need it. Like, sure, magic barrel black powders needed some love. But the entire manufacturer's shotguns got buffed by almost 50%. That's already like, Now, I think that as an isolated incident, like, sure, that's not gonna cause too much damage with what's in the game now. But there are things that were already good that are now just like, bruh. Like, Rain of Arrows was already good, and now it's like, bruh. So, be careful of asking for buffs. It's not good for the game long term. It really isn't. Honestly, I'd like to see the DLC for tuning up classes. Yeah, I'm waiting to make some concrete statements on balance and stuff until we get some more balancing patches. We're likely to get a patch with the DLC, which is a little over a week away. So we'll see what happens in that patch. Aside from the bullet damage on Firebolt, weren't there other Clawbringer skills that did more than card indicated? I know Oz supposed to have crit chance. Wasn't there something with Dragonora's elemental? Yeah, Dragonora is a fresh mold to the elemental formula. Clawbringer's got a lot of stuff going on that's like, hang on, this works in the way it reads, but not quite.
I've got all the magic I need.
I see the manual transmission getting buffed, such a cool ass gun. Yeah, that's one that I'd say, I could comfortably say I'm in support of a buff for that gun. Because, like, it's got such an awkward gimmick that using it in practicality is just, like, impossible. So it should be good if you stand there and invest the time to get it ramped all the way up to that big fire rate. Like, imagine you stand outside a boss arena, ramping it up, and then you drop into the boss with it fully revved, and then you start just tearing the boss apart. That sounds like a good time. but unfortunately it doesn't quite have the damage to do that without support of certain things I'd rather not touch. How much would you nerf it? Just curious, agree with this concept. Which thing, Foster? Which thing? Hey, the Hellwalker buff is totally warranted because Doom Gun. Well, Hellwalker did deserve a buff, and the funny thing about Hellwalker post-buff is it's not overpowered. Like, there's this weird perception that Hellwalker, best gun Borderlands 3. No, funny thing, it's not even a top 5 shotgun in that game. It's just good. It's one of many good options. It's not even top 5 for damage output. It is best in slot literally 0 situations. There is always a better choice. But it's fun, and it's good. Which means that the buff was well placed. It's fun, it's good, and it is not overpowered. Contrast with something like, you know, Buffmeister in this game, where it does way too much, it is not interesting in its execution, and it's to the point where if you run around not using a Buffmeister, you will receive more questions of why no Buffmeister than you'll get questions of, hey, what's that spell doing? It's Buffmeister-centric. Instead of, hey, what's that spell? It's, hey, why no Buffmeister? Doesn't that sound unhealthy? Flipper's probably the best god? Nah, no. See, the thing about best is it's unquantifiable. Without very, very specific parameters. Like, if you go, okay, what's the gun that just has the highest paper DPS for a single shot? Well, then that's Major Comp. If you're going, okay, what's the gun that has the highest sustained DPS for actual usage in content? Well, that's Lucky 7. But then you're looking at, okay, what are the barriers to using the Lucky 7? And then how often are you changing targets? Because sometimes Anarchy can come in there, and like, sometimes it's Free Radical, sometimes it's Space Puncher. Like, it's... Best is not a quantifiable metric without very specific parameters. Like, okay, what enemy are you fighting? What your exact build is, and like what other items you have equipped. No, best in these games is not quantifiable. Uses for everything Gunfuck slapped? It did. It doesn't make it best. It means it was one of many good options. Crossroad sad noises. Awkward thing about the Crossroad Poria is that even if you go back in time, you do some butterfly effect shit, and you stop them from ever nerfing the Crossroad in that game, it still falls off and dies when Mayhem 2.0 hits. Same result, just at a later date. Ooh, ×5 Fragment Rain. Did not roll Hydras, though. Sad about it. How does one min-max the Chaos Dungeon? In what way, Escrow? What are you trying to min-max? Your item output from these bunnies? Are you trying to clear it the fastest? Are you trying to, you know, learn how certain fights work? Like, what's your goal there? Light Show? Light Show is a fun and good gun, but again, not best. Item output. So you want to maximize your crystals to get maximum item output. That's going to be, most likely you're looking at doing an extended run and taking as many curses as you can. And once you have a couple curses stacked up, start eliting as many rooms as you can. Now, every third room you get an obelisk, and turning that room into an elite room will give you a lot more crystals because you're fighting more enemies than other rooms. So you can farm the crystal drops in there. Make sure you kill as many ads as you can in boss fights, because those will drop crystals. So that can increase your yields. You want to get as many crystals as you can. And all curses, all elite rooms, properly farmed crystals run on an extended, assuming you do all the raid bosses as well, you can end up walking out of a solo run with like 14,000 crystals at peak, in my own experience so far. And that's like a 30-minute run for like 14,000 crystals. It's pretty efficient. Gotta go later, y'all. Take it easy, boom. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat. Coffee went through me. Tiny bladder streamer. Okay, me back. I did the Strimmer P where you run super fast. I stuck out was 10k. Saw Moxie walk out 23k in a 4-player group. Yeah, you get more in multiplayer. Additionally, you can. It depends on your configuration of the run. If you get a certain boss in a certain place, like for example, killing the spectral ads in the Dragonlord fight gives you a much higher yield than not doing that in the Dragonlord fight, so that's something to look out for. You can stay in obelisk rooms and just kind of kill ads for a while, if you want to maximize yields there. Zomboss gives a lot of crystals because there's just a lot of ads that spawn very quickly. You can just kill them off. Salissa is good for crystals. If you get, say, Lechance, you'll get fewer crystals than a different boss run, because Lechance just doesn't have as many ads, and the fight isn't as long. That makes sense. Like a true chaos mode, like True Takedown. Yeah, where it puts it to 4-player. That'd be interesting. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Buffmeister stack? I'd say thanks for testing, but honestly, I just have so much distaste for that item that I will never care to test that. Thanks for testing. Don't know, don't care. To be perfectly honest. But how you doing, Gazalinga? Really like the Buffmeister? Why? Is there a reason other than big number? Hey, Friholio, how you doing? It's a Dagger Storm. Volatile. You know, I'll take that. That's a good roll. That is a very good roll. It's an exceptional roll, honestly. Definitely make a build with that. My gun goes pew. Ah, so it's big number. Remember, big number is what ruined the balance in several previous Borderlands games. So, like... maybe don't make the same mistakes infinitely, especially when you got a clean slate of a new game. Should've just been movement speed and that's it. Yeah. Or, you know, remove the bonus element, and then it's far less problematic. If you want to keep the cool ability words thing, fine. Just, like, tone those down, leave those in place. The move speed is fine. That's cool. But just the fact that it does all of those things plus a bonus element is just, like, why? Any launcher-centric builds y'all know of? Launchers still need some theory crafter attention. With the awkward delivery methods of some of the unique launchers we have, like the Blue Cake has a very far split distance, it can be tough to get value out of it. But it's something I've not given up on. Like, they have the damage. Just we need to figure out efficient ways of applying said damage. And in terms of ammo, there's ammo regeneration tech out there. I'm sure a lot of you have seen what Garwood does with a Chamois. There's options for getting ammo back, so it's not really a concern. Was your Gearbox 8 launcher? They don't. It's, in this game, they were trying to avoid the situation of Borderlands 3, where, a large section of that game's endgame community was just like, hey, I'm gonna use this launcher on every target and not aim at anything, and also I have infinite ammo, and also there's no downsides to this, and also, they probably didn't want that as a repeat, so they made the launchers a little more awkward in this. They still have damage, they still have high status effects, they have the same, or similar, very similar amounts of ammo. It's just we have fewer ways of restoring ammo in general in this game. They did increase the launcher ammo regen penalty even further. I don't know why they did that. It's kind of a nothing burger of a change. Doesn't affect anything. And the way we deal damage is kind of different. Or SUs for sniper is really hard to use for anything. Maybe. Maybe. Uninvested, I think, is 84. Or low investment. Depending on the sniper, it's fine. If you're using like a Carouser or an Envy, that's fine. If you're using, say, a Sawmill, that can get a little... ugh.
Come on, have some fun.
Buffmeister makes it feel good for a gun-specific build, I think. What if you just played a gun build without that, and then had a more accurate read on which guns are actually good? Example, for the first couple days of the game, people were absolutely convinced that nothing did DPS except for ×4 Nightshades and Spriggans. Now, Buffmeister applies damage more effectively over things with high hit counts. An SMG with 16 fire rate and 4 projectiles is going to apply a lot more Buffmeister than other things. But, as soon as people started finally listening to, hey, have you tried the liquid cooling? Well, you see, liquid cooling out DPS's Nightshade and Spriggans. But it's 2 projectiles, not 4. So Buffmeister users never even thought about using that item until the non-Buffmeister users were like, hey, this gun is actually good though. So things like Buffmeister warp the perceptions of the community to the point where they don't test items. Yes, liquid cooling was an underground option for the first couple days. People were doubting the liquid cooling, the gun that nobody shuts up about now. And that is because of the Buffmeister. And there's so many other things that are being slept on because of the Buffmeister. It's just not good for game health. It's not. And you'll see all these setups of boss melts with things like Buffmeister, and it's got people convinced that you can't do those things without. Like, why? You could experiment. It's so ridiculously frustrating to see people latch onto something that is antithetical to the build system in this game. This game promotes creativity, yet people willingly just sign themselves up for the least creative of all the options. It's truly mind-boggling. Upsetting as a theory crafter.
Fully stocked. Spells are spent.
Do launchers play the angles? I'm sure they do. Boring Master isn't fun at all. Agreed, Cosmo. Liquid cooling is this game's plasma coil. That's probably a pretty apt comparison. And I'm glad you said plasma coil specifically, because plasma coil was not, quote-unquote, Top Gun in its game. In fact, there are other SMGs in the SMG category that out-DPS'd it in a lot of situations. But it was a very easy-to-use, very popular, and undoubtedly powerful option. So yeah, I think plasma coil is the best comparison for the liquid cooling, because there are things that out-DPS the liquid cooling. Even in the pistol category. But the popularity is a big factor. What's the issue with the Buffmeister? Exclamation point Buffmeister. If you would like to see a full list of functionality of the item, to further illustrate the point that no item should be doing that much. Buffmeister does so many things at such high values that it literally matters more than your skill tree. Buffmeister affects more of your stats than a skill tree. I don't think that one spell with no downsides whatsoever and an extremely easy and not thought-provoking usage should matter more than an entire skill tree. I'll use an item if it's cool. Yeah, at the end of the day, if you enjoy something, feel free to use it. But I don't find something that essentially plays the game for you to be cool. It's not interesting. It's hit button to get God mode. Like, if I wanted to do that, I'd use fucking Cheat Engine. Maybe try a Spore Spell Shot Launcher build. Sounds like that'd be pretty powerful. Buffmeister to farm gear for builds I actually want to play. See, that's what I'd consider a responsible use of it, honestly. I use the Buffmeister to run around town on my mules, because it's the only sigil that gives move speed. And it'd be so useful in a bunch of builds just for that, but I refuse to use it because of all the other things. It is the death of creativity.
Got no juice.
The longer the community uses the Crutchmeister, the longer it'll take them to, you know, actually experiment with other things. And people not experimenting with other things is why we are already getting overbuffs of things. They're about to nerf it. Well, they're renamed a Nerfmeister. I don't know, but I'm ready for the tears for Julio. I'm ready to drink the tears. When something can be compared to using cheat engine, it's maybe, just maybe, a problem. Ah, it's very balanced. Now every class is good at spell shot. Now use it on spell shots too. But it's crazy when you could take the functionality of an item, strip off everything but one effect, and it's still better than everything else in that item slot. Like, seriously, take away any of the Buffmeister effects and leave one of your choice, it is still more powerful than any other sigil spell in the entire game. Yet you can get, like, 5-6 effects from one? Like, maybe that's a problem. And it's not a matter of buff sigils up to be that powerful, because, one, that's how you kill your game, and, two, sigils are already good. Like, it's not like the category that is being compared is weak, it's just, there's one offender, and only one. It'd be interesting if they split it into separate items, to be good, for a good rework. Yeah, like, if there was, like, if it just gave movement speed, I would still use that item. One for movement speed alone. I would use that a lot. Just the bonus element on its own would still be hopelessly overpowered. It's Borderlands 2 B Shield, but, like, better. And then you have the fact that it can give you 80% spell damage. It can give you 80% fucking fire rate, 80% ability damage. It's just, The fact that it does everything means there's no reason for them to make new buff spells. Yeah, like, if it had been divided up, less problematic. You'd have to choose. It'd be management of different items for different situations and different purposes. Instead, it's one button do all. And that defeats the purpose of builds.
This world's no place for the weak.
Hey Felicia, how you doing? No capstone or clawbringer, do you? Trying to remember skill tree. In my other clawbringer, I do. In this one, I don't. In this one, I choose not to capstone so that I can grab one slot, one kill, Indomitable and Awe. If I was to capstone claw, I'd have to go down to just high thread count, and I think I'd maybe still have one imbued weapon. But I would lose one slot, one kill to cap Storm Smite. Every time I read through that Buffmeister write-up, I find new reasons to laugh. Today I laughed at, can someone give me a concise write-up? Like, needed it, people willing to take a bullet for it. Yeah, I left that in the screenshot for a reason.
Have fun, Fuzzball. Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Good job, Wyvern. Wyvern actually killing enemies. Oh, steal my kill, why don't you, Wyvern? That's fine.
Well done, my lovely. Landbreaker.
From here on, I'll only refer to it as Crutchmeister. I'm gonna start titling my streams, you know, Chaos 20, no Crutchmeister. Because you can absolutely perform very well and do some very impressive things without it. Just immediately becomes less interesting when you use the do everything for free and no thought required option.
I've got all the magic I need.
This should be interesting.
Maidenless but crutchless. Really enjoying the Crossblade? Yeah, the Lonely Star. Crossblade feels really good after the buff. It's also got cool utility. Crossblade shoots through walls. Like, all walls. It's got a range constraint, but you can do some cheeky stuff with Crossblade. Like, you could just stand behind cover. Like, I could stand behind this tree and just shoot Parasite through this tree.
Could a cat have done that?
And it can't do anything.
I think not.
You could be really rude.
Helpful.
No crutches? What if we just refer to it as the... just don't acknowledge its existence? That'd be easier, but unfortunately I do have questions. I feel ×8 Rain of Arrows. This thing goes up to ×8 and I forgot that.
Fill my enemies' hearts with
Like, rip ammo, but holy shit. So, like, I have a ×6 Volatile, which is 6,000 card damage. More than 6,000 card damage. This ×8 as Volatile would be utterly insane. Again, rip ammo, but that'd be crazy. Pick that up just for comparison, honestly. And pickaxe, that's cool. Take that. Hastily writes down, attain crossblade, be cheeky. Is it always that element? Yes. Using a crossblade to proc both conditions of awe? Yeah, that's a good shout, Kevin's website. If you get a fire shock crossblade, that is guaranteed awe uptime. And crossblade comes with a higher crit chance itself, so you can get very good value out of that. What's the fire rate on this like? Okay, I have 2 points just warming up. Let's get some spell weaving stacks.
volley stop. Can't wait to throw some spells.
Need a lot of mag size to make this thing work, I guess. Yeah, you'd want a lot of mag size for this. Still might be worth messing around with at some point. I'll keep one around. Hey Sean, how am I? I'm doing well, how are you? Just had a great thought. So the wand melee weapon applies hilt mods, so that I actually have to use melee. No, that's not quite how the Spellblade works. You're talking about the Spellblade. Spellblade just applies its weird, hey, melee also scales with spell thing to everything. It is not applying the hilt modifier that it's doing. So, like, if you have an Echo Spellblade, it's not applying Echo to all your other stuff. It's just doing the scaling thing. Triple amp shield and the amp shot and hilt mod, would that work? As far as I know, Spellblade is just applying the scaling elsewhere. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is what's happening. The gyre does hit hard. I was testing on my Spore Zerker, has potential. Yeah, I think I want more mag size for that. Spore Warden has the mag size in tree, plus the ammo regen, which helps it. You get ammo. You get mag size here. You get mag size here. I wonder how much mag you could get. Do you theoretically use double amp? Well, hilt mods only trigger from your actual natural melee attacks. Now, yes, you can use amp from that and amp from a ward, which is what I'm doing. But for the amp from your hilt, you need to actually physically go up to an enemy and do this to get that. Regardless of if it's a spellblade or not. Get a quiver of holding armor piece with 7 class, please. 60% mag, 6% amber regen is totally fine. Sometimes Butt Stallion's super kind. What was I rolling for here? Oh yeah, I want to roll shotguns. I want that crossblade. Gosh, thanks, you're very welcome. Chaotic Rain of Arrows. Sure. Spellblade should just make Spellblade boost the melee hit, but the hit is still melee damage. Gun damage boost face puncher is still melee. Ruin, that is not even remotely what we're talking about. Also, no. Spellblade's weird. Spellblade apparently does the scaling thing to your melee-based action skills as well.
I become deadlier next?
Crossblade, poison fire. Low damage though. 8 mag? I've only ever seen 8 and 2 mag crossblades. Anyone see any other sizes? You more reason to use spell shot? Yeah. Berserker melee build? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure Moxie was doing some stuff with that. So, like, I want these stats, but on a crossblade with main element fire or lightning. That's a pretty specific ask, but this is what I want. Instead, we get a Hawkins. Lovely. Times 16 kettle drum. It's trying. Size 2 mag would be nice for spell weaving. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. I could use this. And just force reload after every shot, but like, the lower mag just has higher damage as well. Mag size parts tend to come with damage penalties. The crossblade looks beautiful amped. Hello? That's fucking gorgeous. Look at that. That is pretty. Like, legitimately. Me like. Yeah, Chaotic Stovepipe can get over 1k. I'm pretty sure Crossblade can get up to like 1600 or something crazy. Bad Egg and Glass Cannon melee stupidness. Yeah. Bad Egg is a strong bonus element. Very fun to use Crossblade. Vaguely reminds me of the Breach Cutter from Deep Rock Galactic. Still not played Deep Rock, but it reminds me of the line gun from Dead Space in a weird way.
Welcome to the gun show.
Deuces. So this is another ward that would work out well on this setup. Unfortunately, it cannot be enchanted, but it's a 25% drain, which is the equivalent of 2 amp parts, for 150% as frost. So it's a bigger amp that converts the shot to frost damage, which means any frost boosts you have, apply to that. I imagine this would be really fun doing this setup with, instead of Claw spell shot, Berserker spell shot, because then you get all the incentives for freezing enemies, you get the bonus to frost damage from Ancestral Frost, etc., etc. So this is pretty good. So I'm gonna buy that because I didn't have one on this character. So is this a double roll movement speed chaotic roll on an armor? Just nothing except speed. That might be single roll, honestly, because it's 20. I suppose I was figuring that would be smaller here. No, that's a single roll. It's a single roll because it can't get 2 passes. That's crazy that 23% already. Imagine this shit at like whatever after Volatile. What it was, Ascended is people calling it. It's like 30% move speed from one passive. Ugh. Wonder if they'll change enchants on uniques. Hopefully with enough feedback we can make that happen. That'd be something that the entire community would be very much on board with if they budged on that. But yeah, I think it's an excellent time to call it. Been live for just under 5 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out. All the raids and follows and all the good stuff. You guys know the deal. Thank you so much. It's always appreciated. Tomorrow, be live again. Usual time. I started very close to my normal time today, so I'm proud of that. We'll do some fun stuff tomorrow. Now, I might take a day off at some point in the next few days. I do have adulty shit I need to get around to doing. And it's been kind of a pile-up, so we'll see. But I'll find somewhere for us to raid to. But thank you guys so much for the support, as always. If you enjoyed the content today and you're new here, feel free to drop a follow. I am live 6 days a week. Always a chance of Sunday, but Sunday's usually my day off. Who's live right now? Lazy's doing the thing. Still leveling that Graveborn. Birdman's doing a new build. Let's see. See what's going on there. Is that a Buffmeister? No. Let's go to Lazy. Lazy's leveling another Graveborn. He's also super good at just the leveling process. Like, this dude already has the dice memorized and stuff, so if you want to see someone who bothers to get collectibles and whatnot, who's also a build crafter, you can make sure you drop Lazy a follow and stuff. Raid message. Ooh, I got it. I call it butt mess. Copy that. Pog amp. Get it? It's like PogChamp. It's like PogChamp, but it's amp. Get it? I'm so fucking funny. No one's ever made this joke before, probably because it's a terrible joke, but I'm gonna own it. So, come on, be embarrassing with me. Pog amp, there we go. Hi, Bond. Braun. Bye, Braun. Bond. Thank you guys so much. Hawking around, good to see you as well. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.